Hello and welcome to FIDE Women's World Championship Match 2025. I'm Grandmaster Miro, I'm joined by Grandmaster Zhongyi, and we will be your commentators for today's Game 3 as well as other games of the match. Welcome. So how do we feel after the free day? I feel full of energy, but I do not know how the players feel.
Yes, for me it's a very important free day because the second game of the match is really a long game and full of energy in the game. I think all the both players and everyone walked here likes to have the free day to
so well, of course we welcome any free days, but I was thinking about the players. You can make an argument for free day both being good and bad depending on how you recover. Let's say you're a leader at Zhongyi, right? Won game 2 +1, very good score, but some people, you know, they need the rhythm. So I won the game, I want to play tomorrow, and then if there is no game, maybe I'm losing, you know, losing the pace kind of thing. For Wenjun as well, like maybe you can use your free day to recover and then play normal, not going on tilt, or maybe if you're really like, as I do a lot, like I would eat myself pretty much, like how could I lose, how could I lose? And then you spend your free day, you are not resting, you're actually making the situation worse. Okay, we will see. Today, Wenjun once again has the white pieces in game 3, and let's see how or what her approach will be. Will she try to win, kind of take a revenge immediately? Will she try to play more or less similar to game 1, just slight pressure as like you normally want to do with white in the match? Expecting very, very sharp game today for whatever reason. I don't know, I have a feeling that something will be happening. Of course, it's very hard to predict the results, but that's what we like. Okay, I think the game should be started by now. We do have a few moves, so I assume. Okay, I do not have moves on my board, but you should be. Yeah, you already have it. So e4, c5, right?
Yes.
Knight f3, e6, and then this move c4.
Yes.
Already not repeating game 1. So in game 1, we've seen a normal, main Sicilian, whatever. I don't know what's normal nowadays, but main Sicilian with third move d4. So now c4, and
it seems like Tan Zhongyi is with very big confidence about the e6 move in Sicilian.
Yeah, so if she repeats it for the second time, yeah, you're absolutely right. Now we understood something, that this is her main plan.
Yes.
So unless something goes wrong and this line, I don't know, gets refuted, Wenjun gets some like really promising position, this is what we will see if Wenjun will continue to play e4.
Yes.
And this move c4
is a surprise.
It's a little bit surprising. It is like a playable move. I think I've played it myself even like a couple of times, but yeah, it's not like something very serious, right? So knight, what are the moves here usually? Knight c6,
c6
yeah, and after knight c3, knight f6.
Yes.
And
I'm not sure she will play g3.
You can do what? Bishop e2.
Yes, and d5 is possible here. And if someone is playing English variation, also we will see it like c4, knight f6, knight c3, e6, e4, c5, and of course e5 is the main line here. But if you
can transpose with knight f3, knight
c6,
yeah, and you can have the same position from the English opening. Yeah. Zhongyi just played the move. Yes, knight to c6. Okay, I'll just like, we still use my computers simply like looking at the engine moves and so on, so I will just manually insert the move, not waiting for the live transmission. Wait, by the way, knight c3 was not played. I said, okay, knight c3 is the move, and she quite quickly, Wenjun has played d4. Let me investigate a little bit. Yeah, so there is a move d4 played by Carlsen. against Caruana, and then Kramnik with Kasparov back in 1994. And then, yeah, there are some Grandmaster games here.
And maybe more games, maybe in the old times.
Yeah, so from recent games, let me see. Well, there were a couple of games in 2023. Nils Grandelius played it against Max Lagarde, and Vidit played it against Saric. Both games finished in a draw. So I assume black takes on d4, and already done. Yes, cd4, knight d4. And now, like checking the database, yes, knight f6 is the main move.
And I think knight c3 is the response.
Yeah, apart from knight f6, there is like a lot of different moves were played, like bishop c5, bishop b4 check. I don't know if any good, but yeah, like many options. But knight f6 seems like, well, wait a second, bishop b4, now we will find out if it's good or not, because bishop b4 was just played.
Oh.
Bishop b4, which is very rare move. And this database that I have says it's only 9 games with bishop b4. So after bishop b4...
And Wenjun also played a very fast knight c3.
Knight to c3, knight c3.
And here if black play knight f6, it's just a...
It's just a transposition, yeah. You could start with knight f6 and after knight c3 go bishop b4. Some people tried knight g7, but I think it's like a bit too artificial. So basically knight f6 and then
knight c6.
Yeah, there is a 3 move, but main line is of course knight takes c6. Now I'm thinking you can also take with the d pawn, but b takes c6 of course is the main line. And then
bishop d3.
Bishop d3, I'm guessing. Okay, I'm interested to see like what is e5, because some people try to play e5. No, that's probably a bluff. No, it was not played by any of the strong players. Yeah, if e5 played, it's knight e4, and you have to then play some bishop d2 things. However, queen g4, yeah, actually can be very interesting. Instead of bishop d2, queen g4. Because there is something similar with pawn on c2, right?
Yes, for example, like
say pawn on c, e6, d4, takes, knight f6, knight c3, bishop b4. Yeah.
Yes.
And then after e5, knight e4 is actually a bad move, I think. Yeah.
Yes.
Queen g4, knight c3, and the queen takes g7, and somehow white is much better. Here it's not as clear. Anyway, doesn't seem like this is anything white wants to engage in. So after bc6, white should normally play bishop d3 and just play this structure, right? So doesn't play e5.
But
and in our game, knight g to e7, more flexible.
And I think this should be a preparation when time maybe not prepared for today's game, but it's a.
She knows what she's doing. Yeah, very fast. It's a very like sideline, and also she plays it so fast that means she knows. Yeah, I think also like we can say she knows what she's doing. Only one game in a database, and a game between 2,300 rated players, so we might as well ignore it.
And because I have no experience to play such game against one just like a world championship match, you need to play only one opponent for like 12 games or sometimes 10 games. But I don't know. For example, in the match, well, I have maybe some plan for example, if I win first, I have the plans to play this kind of
openings, this kind of positions. Yeah, if it's an equal score, maybe I have different. Yeah, I don't know how they prepare actually, because you're absolutely right. This would be let's say my strategy, if I have infinite time to prepare, maybe I will do like for all the scenarios, like if I take early lead, if let's say we played 8 games and the score is equal, maybe it's time for me to risk.
Yes.
And then I prepare something, let's say I prepare some opening with white, but not for the game 1, game 3, but for game 9, for example. Yeah, that's super interesting. On the other hand, like with black, maybe you just like have your plan how to, I will play this and doesn't matter what happens, right? Unless I have like to win on demand. Maybe if it's last game, I'm black and I have to win, yes, maybe I will change something. Interesting. So knight g to e7, what can we do? The only game that was played was bishop e2. When I see something like this, so one knight on c6, the other knight on e7, I immediately want to do something with the knight on d4 so that black will not exchange. Because my plan is like black, my understanding is black will take on d4 and play other knight to c6. Maybe this is, so I'm thinking, can I do, I don't know, knight to b5 or knight, okay, knight e2 is too passive, but maybe knight b5.
Yeah, because I think if black play d6, maybe this will be a weakness for black. So maybe I just put everything pressure on d6 square. For example, maybe next move bishop f4 or a3 to capture a bishop, and then put everything on d6.
Yeah, it's actually knight b5 maybe is the only move which asks some like serious questions, right?
Yes.
And because I want to play a3, right?
Yes. Now I will play a3 or bishop f4 next move. But I'm not sure black can play d5 or not.
Yeah, this is a good question. If black plays d5,
maybe
I just take, I guess.
Yes,
I just take, e takes, c takes.
And I cannot take with knight. There is a trick.
Yeah, if knight takes, queen takes, and then you say, but your knight is pinned, right? You take back, but then you say, I'm taking the queen with the other knight, knight c7.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a pattern that sometimes happens in like different openings. So yes, d5 is maybe the most desirable. Like if d5 would work, this is what you want to do. But also it's not clear if it's working.
So if d5 is not work,
that's a big question then, what do we do? And a6 is, like, I will be very happy to go knight d6 check,
and I think
bishop d6, queen d6, and then it's something, you sometimes have these positions, but this is like a brilliant version for white, because this queen from d6 you simply cannot, like, sometimes it would be, I don't know, like black is already castled, the knight on f6, so black goes knight e8, maybe it goes d6, something like that. Here, looks like white is like much better immediately.
Yes.
So a6 is not a move. Yeah, I actually like knight b5. I like knight b5, and maybe black just has to castle after knight b5, and
yeah, seems like
then, as you said, like bishop f4 or maybe even a3, right? a3.
a3, I think. Bishop c3 is the...
Probably you have to take, saving the bishop is like super slow. And also you're not saving the bishop before, if bishop b6, even c5, So bishop c3, knight c3, and now, maybe like f5 is the idea, so b6, bishop b7, or f5 immediately, maybe now if you try to play the normal Sicilian with d6, I think white will be just better safely. So maybe you play for development, but this is very sharp anyway.
Yes.
This is very sharp. If this happens on the board, like, I think in a way Wenjun has to be happy with this kind of scenario, so at least you get a chance to play for advantage.
Yes.
It's very interesting.
It's a sharp position, but also very unbalanced, and I think the point for Wenjun likes to play the position is because her king is also safe, because maybe the very sharp position is, let's say, Zhongyi maybe is a better style of the player to play the...
Like some really unbalanced tactical positions.
Yes.
Okay, and Wenjun decided to go bishop e2, which is a okay move, there is no problem, but maybe not the most principal. Now I think, can we do, let me see, computer says you can go d5 now.
Yes, I think I think after d5, actually I haven't seen any moves for white to keep the pawn in the center. Maybe I have to take every pawn.
Yeah, like if we take everything, c takes, e takes, e takes,
and it's totally
knight
equal
takes.
after everything is
Ah,
taken.
it's so yeah, it's like knight c6, bc6, maybe anything. Castle, castle. Yeah, it's one of those ways like everything is exchanged.
Yes.
Yes, that's a big question. Then why bishop e2 and not to try knight b5? But bishop e2 is already played.
Yes.
Maybe she didn't feel comfortable. She was a little bit surprised with knight e7. Maybe that's my speculation. I don't know for real.
Yeah. Sometimes if your opponent played confident, her body language and her playing speed, something shows she is in very good form and she played confident. Maybe you will judge the position with I don't know how to say. For example, this position may be better for you, but when you see your opponent,
yeah, so it changes your, let's say,
yes.
perception, right? So
yes.
the position is better, but you think maybe it's too dangerous. Maybe bishop e2, just solid move. I will play bishop e2. I will castle, but this also can mean that you lose your chance to fight for something serious, right?
Yes.
Yeah, from what I can see, computer's recommendation is like it's d5 immediately or to go castle, after which white probably goes castle and then again d5, so it is in a way similar.
Yeah. And maybe we will see a pawn structure very similar as the first game. Let's
if you don't take d5, yeah, you can take d5.
I mean, I take everything if
I understand. Well, yeah. Take on c6, bc6, and take on d5.
Yes. Let's say, for example, I just exchange everything.
Queen takes,
on d5
queen takes,
square.
pawn takes. This is
very
it's hard to tell, right? I mean, it's like it's never too much for white, but there is always like some slight idea that you will have this side passed pawn. So it's not like totally equal. It's not like the automatic draw yet.
Yeah.
d5 is played immediately. d5 is played immediately, so Zhongyi is ready for this. After d5, yeah, it's very hard to come up with. What happens if I start by taking on c6, bc6, and then let's say I don't want to take d5. If let's say I'm castling, how bad is this idea?
I think I also castled.
Yeah, black also castles, keeps the and like to try to play maybe similar to game one, so it's just like not exchanging on d5. Well, not similar to game one, but something that we discussed during game one. So let's say I go queen, then a queen c2, but then black eventually will go d4. I'm afraid.
Yes.
Yes, black probably will go d4 at some point. d4, and I'm not sure where the knight is going because knight a4. It's playable for white, but I'm not sure if white is very happy with this position.
Yes, I think it's a bit different from the, game one because now the position black play every move very fast. In game one, black has, for example, I played some a5 move and I played
g6, h6. Yeah. Like now all that black done is like very, very logical.
Yes. So.
Yeah, maybe white needs to exchange. Yes, because this is. Again, if white wanted complex strategic game, she could play knight b5.
Yeah.
Yes, and then if she wants like bishop e2, already indication that I want to play something a little bit simpler, and then maybe yes. Again, we still like knight b5 the most probably, because it's not really clear. It's still a complex position, of course, but it'd be interesting to see. And now. I'm thinking in game 5, if they have the same line, Tan can just change and play knight f6 instead of knight e7,
Yes.
right? If she's prepared well. So.
Because c4, I think it's mostly a surprising move. It's not a...
Yeah, you probably don't repeat c4 2 times. Yes, it's like for one game, if it works, it works. But again, Wenjun is the one to bring early surprise, but seems that Tan is ready, and even now again, it's Wenjun who is spending more time. This could be, of course, like easiest way of sort of translating what's happening is like Tan is better prepared.
Yes.
But also it could be that Wenjun doesn't feel comfortable kind of psychologically because the match doesn't go the way she would like it to go. So it can be like lack of confidence, so on. And this picture we see not for the first time.
Yeah.
Wenjun is thinking in the opening, and Zhongyi very relaxed, very confident, walking, you know, in the playing area. Her chair is empty.
And I think Zhongyi really likes to walk around the playing hall, because sometimes if you feel confident, maybe you just stand here and let's say in the men's world championship match, like Ding Liren, he likes to go to the restroom and chill himself.
Yeah, but
yeah.
Tan, she wants to be present, right? Exactly. Maybe we should explain to people at home like how this whole thing is built. So what you see is one playing table at the stage, and then, not sure if it's on the right or on the left, but anyway, they both have their dedicated area for any of the players where you can have, I don't know, some refreshments. You have a big screen with the current game position. So technically you could hide from, let's say, from your opponent, from the viewers, spectators, and just sit there in the rest area and only come back when you're to move. And some people like to do it, as you said. Yeah, it's like Ding does it a lot. I think if we think all the times, Karpov-Kasparov matches, I think like Kasparov used to also like, if he's not seated, he would be in his rest area and so on. So here, Tan wants to be present. So it could be like even like some slight additional pressure, right? I'm thinking here and you're walking around me. Is it so clear for you? Yeah. Let's see. D5. Yeah, I cannot really see. Maybe, yeah, the best you can do is take D5. D5. Oh wait, if you take D5 twice, there is also Queen takes D5, right?
Yeah, maybe.
There is also Queen takes D5. And then what should I do?
Yes, even Black. I haven't got my.
Yeah, isolated. No. Yeah. So if I take C6, you just take D1, Bishop D1, Knight C6, and
totally
completely equal. Yes, there is no problem whatsoever. Yeah. So.
And Miro, we talked it when we have a rest before the game. Actually, the game lasts 12 games, but any player only have 6 white and 6 blacks. Mm-hmm. So you mentioned it.
Yeah, it's interesting because it's very hard to understand how long this match is, right?
Yes.
It seems, okay, there is no panic. I still have a lot of games to play, but with modern state of theory, like it's very hard to win a game with black if your opponent doesn't want to.
Yes.
Yes. So you have 6 white games. That's second white game for Wenjun. Right, she's trailing -1. So like to win the match, let's say she first of all has to like hold all the black and win 2 games. So at some point, okay, maybe this is still not too much stress, but at some point you really start looking at like every game, actually almost like in a must-win situation. Yeah, that's very, very tricky, because also until you win your first game, Zhongyi is unlikely to do anything crazy, right? She will just keep playing as she does, because she's on a very comfortable situation, on a very comfortable score. So the moment, let's say, either score is equal or, yeah, like if both players won at least one game, then like usually match starts to be much more sharp, right?
Yes.
But before that, I think One of the examples would be really like not Karpov, the Kramnik-Kasparov match.
Yes.
That Gary was like hitting this Berlin Wall every game and couldn't win a single one. Yeah, and
Yes.
he was very close a couple of times, but
He tries, I think, 6 different lines to.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, he
this.
did play maybe 6 different lines against the Berlin and couldn't win a single game. Okay, so an early, I would not say opening surprise, but an early pause from Wenjun, which again probably means she should regret her bishop e2 a little bit.
Yes.
Because like from the options that we see, like on the previous move, we only mentioned knight b5 and bishop e2, which was played, but maybe you have other, bishop e3 could be the move, something. Now you're so limited after d5, you actually have to take.
Yes.
Actually have to take, and she does.
She does, yes.
ed5, ed5 will happen. And then, yeah, maybe now you play something different, like you take ed5, ed5, and maybe castle now or something. But I don't even see like how you can get some conflict on the board. Yeah, if you castle short,
Maybe
can black
also-
take dc4?
Yes, I think black can play
dc4,
because
knight takes c6, and take on d1.
You take and knight c6.
Rook d1, knight c6. I can jump to d5, maybe. Yeah, okay, this could be a little.
I think
I'm not
bishop
sure.
d6.
Yeah, even bishop d6, yes, because if I get ambitious, if I go knight f6, then I'm also pawn down.
Yeah, I
Pawn
can play
takes, rook
bishop
d6, bishop e6.
And if you don't play knight f6, for example, bishop c4, I think black has time to play bishop e6, and
Now knight f6 like doesn't really give anything.
yeah,
Yeah, it's because he'll just take, and c4 is hanging if bishop takes. Maybe even bishop
maybe
h2.
even- yes.
Yeah, maybe even bishop h2.
Of course, if I play f takes e6, it's also very.
It's also
drawish.
fine. Yeah, rook d6, king e7.
So Wenjun played the knight c6.
Knight takes c6 here. So now, maybe this is the better way. Maybe this is the better moves order, because now black cannot take with the knight. Has to take with the pawn. Has to take with the pawn, and maybe now is when you are castling.
Yes, castle is on the board.
Castle, and when black castles, then you take d5, and we are getting this position that we were talking about, with a slight, let's say, slight difference in the pawn structure.
And I think when your score is -1 to play a position like this, I'm sure Wenjun, her ambition for today's game is not to play a position like this.
Yeah. She would want to have,
Keep
let's
more
say, even
pieces.
like simply right. Yeah, like keep more pieces, keep it more strategically complex. Because this is like maybe with equal score in the last game. Maybe this is your good scenario, right?
Yes.
I have some slight chance of winning. I will never lose, this kind of structure. Yeah. When you really want your revenge, maybe you would prefer to have more pieces on the board. Right, so b takes c6. Yeah, I'm desperately looking
Yes,
for the
castle.
ways like to kind of complicate, but maybe it's too late. Yeah, bishop d2. No, it's not. Castle played. Yeah,
Yes.
castles.
I think now black. Well, also castle. I don't think black needs to play some move to improve the position.
Yeah, okay. There is one trick that I spotted thanks to like computers. So d4. I mean, I'm not sure if d4 is a good move like at all, but apparently one of the good replies after d4 is to go knight d5.
Oh,
And if the pawn takes, you have this check, and the queen takes b4, and then you will be better, right? Because of two bishops and like a lot of open diagonals and so on. Yeah. So, but again, black doesn't need to do it, as we discussed. Like Zhongyi probably is happy with like this outcome of the opening, that she castles. And so if black castles, and let's say, okay, I have a question then. We don't go d4, black castles, and let's say we play bishop e3 maybe, or some, just like not take on d5, play some move.
Yes.
Play some move, bishop e3, for example. How bad is, of course, black can also keep tension, play bishop e6 or play rook e8, but how bad is this structure if black just takes on c4? d4, bishop c4, because we all understand, yes, white is like slightly better, but how much? Again, maybe you can hold it without much trouble, because it's like 3 versus 3 on the king side, and
the better pawn structure.
The better pawn structure, yeah, but I'm thinking, again, you can start exchanging stuff and end up, again, rook endgame pawn down,
Yes.
and a draw, or four rooks pawn down. Computer is not very happy with what I've done. It says white's position is more pleasant. So, but better not to do it. I'm just like looking for potential scenarios, like what's acceptable and what's not. Of course, black doesn't have to take on c4. It's like really helping white. So castle, I agree. For black, and then.
So I think the.
I'm actually thinking she didn't play castle yet, right?
Yeah. Yes. Still thinking the position.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the this position, if white can play, let's say, castle, bishop e3, and after d takes c4, it's the, I think it's the dream position for white to play after bishop e2 is on the board.
So maybe from this line, it's kind of the maximum you can get, right?
Yes.
Maybe, yeah, maybe, because the other one, when white was taking on d5, I think we were, what we were doing, like cd, let's say if white takes on d5 instead of bishop e3.
So c takes d5, you have to, maybe you need to play c takes d5, because knight d5 I can go knight e4, and it's similar, the pawn structure after.
Yeah, but then somehow, you know what? Yeah, but this is like this white develops, and if instead we take cd for knight e4, maybe black gets like really good dynamics, bishop f5, you know, and bishop f3, rook e8, something like this.
Yeah, black has too slow.
Yeah, white somehow couldn't develop this bishop from the. Actually, the bishop on c1 is somehow stupid, right? It's like it's not clear where to put it. Like maybe b3, bishop b2 would be good, but where do you find time to play b3, bishop b2? Yeah. Also, the knight on e4 is hanging. Yeah, so this should be very much acceptable for black. And yes, and if this means that after black's castle short, cd5, knight d5 is possible, then white exchanges on d5, and then you take with the pawn, I guess, right?
Yes.
Then you take with the pawn. And this one?
I think this one is some line in Boston, Sicilian, and let's say I will show it. e4, c5, knight f3, e6. There's line like this: knight d4, a6, c4, knight f6, knight c3, bishop b4,
and some
queen d3. Yes, and I think d5, and a take, bishop e2. There's a line, and the knight c6.
It is very, very similar. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Very similar.
d5, knight d5, castle. Let's say somewhere. Yeah, knight takes, pawn takes.
Just like I play queen d3 and you play a6.
And you play a6, yes. Which in our position, black probably doesn't need to play a6. Yeah.
Yes, and this line is a
fine
totally
for black.
yes, equal line.
And I'm thinking, yeah, let's say either in this position or in our position our analysis when we have this like exchange on d5. Like one thing for black to do is like if I'm a boring old player who only wants a draw, is I play bishop e6, I play bishop e7 f6, you play b3, and I'm starting like I'm not defending. No, I thought like bishop on f6. Yeah, bishop e7, bishop f6.
Sorry.
Yeah, bishop f6. And I'm not like really want to defend d5 too much. I want to attack b2. When you play b3, I go a5. You know, as again playing like in a very very simple way. And to me, it looks like black will be able to again to even like make a draw.
Yes.
Like simplify it even further.
You know, this is also what Tan did in the first game. So
Very similar, right? She sacrificed the d5 pawn and she attacked the queen side. Yeah.
The only difference is this bishop exchange to a knight on d4. Every other piece is like
very similar.
Very similar. And Tan Zhongyi played the castle.
Yeah.
Yes.
So now we wait for next move from Wenjun.
Actually, I'm very. I really want to know why Tan Zhongyi spent a lot of time on this.
On the castle, like yeah, really, like what is the alternative? Because d4 I said, but also after d4 there is this trick knight d5, but even if like say white plays knight e4, it's not clear if you want to play d4 with black, because then your bishop is strange on b4, like you cannot play c5 because a3. So d4 is not such a great move that you want to play before castle.
Yes.
dc4 is probably just bad, because not only you have bad pawn structure, but also you lose the castle, right? So something like this, like queen d8, king d8, the king is bad. Bishop c4, this is like you can spend maybe 5 seconds on this, like check, okay, if I take queen d8, no, I don't like it.
Yes.
But not few minutes. So it is a little bit mysterious. But anyway, she ended up playing castles, and now, it's very hard to avoid taking on d5 and playing this structure. You can try to maybe like be clever and include this move or that move. Is bishop g5 something? Okay, asking. Is bishop g5 something? So I'm not even sure what I want, but let's say I put some pressure on d5, and if you have to play f6, or I'm not sure.
Or maybe I just play some move stupid. For example, bishop e6.
Bishop e6, c. But then look, then I take on d5.
And
c d5, and we kept the knights. Like c takes, maybe knight b5. Again, I'm not saying it's something like big for white, but at least maybe like I'm keeping the knight, and somehow, there will be some tricks. Okay, let me check with the machine. So bishop g5, it says h6 is interesting, and then if I go to h4, at least this was my plan.
Maybe black has a lot of push pawn move.
d4.
d4, g4.
d4, and I cannot. Look, I cannot go to e4 after d4, because then you go f5.
Yes.
And g5 and so on. Or in reality, like this way I just lose a piece. So after f5, I will have to take the knight on e7, and this is of course not great. This is of course not great. So bishop g5, you have h6, and
h6 and d4.
Not much white can do. So I think it will be something very, very, very slow, very solid.
Yes.
Very slow and very solid from Wenjun.
So now I think we see knight e7 is better than knight f6 in this.
Even in this particular position, like knight is better on e7, because when you take on d5, it doesn't matter. Knight just takes on d5 from any square, and the spin is less dangerous, and Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
Like with the knight on f6, you would not have a 5 move later on. And even some, when I was saying bishop e3, even knight f5 in some cases, right, is the
Yes.
move also.
Even now, maybe knight f5
Yeah,
is good.
maybe if, yeah, it's not like bishop e3 is a serious move, but yeah, like one of the things, maybe knight f5 is possible. Yeah.
Well, Wenjun seems like not very happy with the position now.
Yeah, and yeah, like the scenario of the game, you come, you have the white pieces, you want to, okay, of course you want to win, but at least you want to have like a really complex position, and then in the first hour, in fact, like in the first 40 minutes, the position is very clear and probably not really better for you. So a bit of disappointing result of the opening. C takes d5. Okay, let's see what happens if it's knight takes or pawn takes.
Pawn takes by Zhongyi
very
quick.
Pawn takes very quickly. Interesting. Maybe it's still fine, but you know what? It could be that she was thinking, she spent time before castling, but maybe she was not like asking, can I do something against instead of castle? But she was thinking, okay, now I will castle, she will take on d5 and what piece I'm taking with. And now she played her next move very, very fast. So c takes. Now, what was I doing? Maybe knight b5 again. Yeah? Okay, maybe to show how, let's say, in what case white will be happy. Let's say, yeah, like go knight b5, knight c6 maybe, like bishop e3. I just want to exchange everything on d4. Say bishop e7, not sure if it's great. Knight d4, knight takes, bishop takes. Yeah. Bishop e6. Don't know what we do. Queen d2 or rook c1 or whatever.
Still, even this.
Even this one, yeah, like it's not much.
Yes.
Yeah, it's not much. It's pleasant, but okay, bishop f6. Yeah, exactly. This is what we were talking about, like bishop f6, bishop f3, and one thing black can do is just say go a5 or and push the a pawn. Yeah, and even if you somehow win it, now you don't win the d5 pawn. You cannot take it because rook d8. Yeah, and b2 is also. Yeah, but even if you somehow win this pawn and black pawn is on a4 and black puts the rook on b8, yeah, let's say something like this, it's almost impossible to win it.
Yes.
Almost impossible to win it. So very good opening outcome for Zhongyi. Bishop f3 played by Wenjun. Guess what? Black has an easy move to defend on d5, which is bishop e6. Anyway, it was all according to plan.
So maybe after bishop e6, can I try some move like knight e2?
Maybe knight e2 is clever. So not only to d4, but also to f4 sometimes. Yeah. Let's say if knight c6, then knight f4, and it's very unpleasant. Yeah, because d5 is hanging. Yeah, that's a good question. What do I do?
I think white has to keep the knight on the board. If the knight is exchanged with e7 knight,
it's kind of relatively easy to play for black. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. If I'm scared of this, can I do bishop takes c3 instead of bishop e6? Pawn takes, and play
bishop a6.
Bishop a6 or bishop. Yeah, let's try bishop a6, rook e1, bishop c4. This is very risky. Feels like. But on the other hand, if I'm in time, if I can play rook e8, move the knight, maybe there is not too much risk. Okay, something to think of for Zhongyi after bishop f3. Yeah, good catch. So that if you just play bishop e6 without much thinking, then knight e2 can be unpleasant. And then, you know, the question is, I'm not sure how bad is the position. Let's say white goes knight d4 and takes on e6. Maybe it's absolutely playable for black.
Yes.
But something that you maybe not very comfortable with, because 3 moves ago there was like a very clear position that you knew how to play, and this could be a little bit more complex. Anyway, she does it. She goes bishop e6, and let's see if we guessed it correctly.
And in this kind of positions, sometimes you need to judge. For example, if I play bishop e6, after white can play knight e6, f takes e6 in the future, or maybe I just choose to play bishop c3 instead of it, or maybe I just give up the d5 pawn to play rook b8, a5, a4. Maybe according to the engine, all the moves are good, but
yeah, again, you have to make a decision, and
yes.
you don't know. Engine doesn't. You don't have the engine. So, for you, one position will be, let's say, this isolated pawn. The other position, hanging pawns, and your opponent has 2 bishops. The other pawn is. The other position is your pawn down for compensation. So, these are your 3 possibilities, and not like 0-20, 0-20, 0-20, yes. Right, or 0-1, whatever it is. Yeah, knight e2. Okay, let me see what computer does after knight e2. There is knight g6, maybe a little bit more clever move.
Yes.
Knight g6, and then
you know, I want to sorry, I want to interrupt you because always when I face these kind of situations, I think I will always choose the worst one. You know,
like if there is no clear, if you have to guess, let's say, not, let's say you cannot calculate and say, okay, this is like clearly better than the other. Yeah, so like.
Yes, because for example, let's say 3 of the all of these kind of moves are 0.2 according to engine, but in the game I choose plan A, and when I played it to the position, I think why didn't I do different? Yeah, right. Yes, maybe plan A is the worst plan, but sometimes this kind of emotions to influence you in the game is really bad, because maybe you will have some bad feelings, and which is not really in the which is not real in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like maybe it's not the position, but just like you keep returning to this moment and say, wait, and instead I could play this very simple position. Why did I do this? Yes. Or I understand what you're talking about. It's like after knight e2, my first thought will be, why didn't I just take on c3? Right? I mean, now this knight is very annoying. It's jumping. Yeah, why didn't I take it? Yeah, knight g6 is what computer kind of likes, but then after knight d4, it actually doesn't move. Yeah, obviously doesn't move the e6 bishop. It plays pretty much any move. Queen d6, bishop d6. So it basically allows white to take on e6. Queen d6, and white, let's say if white takes on e6, you take with the pawn, which is, it's like almost equal, or rather just equal. It's like the best line is 0-0-0. But it's not a drawish position anymore, right? It can develop into anything, including black having some chances. If this pawns, you defend your center, it starts moving forward, and it won't be clear at all. Yeah.
Also, white maybe doesn't
need to rush with takes on e6. Yeah.
Yes. But
it's a good question. Let's say if white plays bishop e3 or something, do you go bishop d7, or you just like continue offering this bishop? Maybe you don't move it anyway. These are some positions, how to say, I don't quite understand it nowadays, because back, let's say when we were kids, Soviet chess school, so to speak, was very clear. This is isolated pawn. I have a blockade knight on d4. I should be better,
Yes,
right?
yes.
And now so many exceptions. Like computer taught us, even like you have the dream scenario. You have the knight. The opponent has the light square bishop on e6. No other minor pieces, and it's still like computer somehow holds it without much problem.
And
So
sometimes it often happens in the tie rush or some kind of
yeah, this one's from Queen's Gambit, Star Rush, Queen's Gambit accepted sometimes. Yeah. And you understand that there is so much more to this isolated pawn structure that we used to know, which is fascinating.
Yes, but I think sometimes you need to know. You need to ask yourself, do I like this kind of position, or maybe can I hold this position?
Yeah, true. Even if computer holds, but like, can you play all the defensive moves that it can play?
Yes.
No, not really. Okay, so another pose from Wenjun after bishop e6, and once again, okay, not as dramatic this time, but still 10 minutes difference. I cannot recall a single moment where Wenjun would have more time on the clock, right? Okay, maybe
Yes.
30 seconds more or something, but yeah, for now it's already a third game where Zhongyi plays her opening moves, at least plays faster. Okay. I think maybe let's wait for
Yes.
for the move from Zhongyi before we will go for a first break on during this game 3. So that's usually what we do during let's say after the opening stage. That's absolutely normal, I think, because early middle game is where you spend most of your time kind of looking for the right setup, for the right plan.
And so before we have a break, I'm sorry that I need to introduce the guest who start the chess today, because the game is continued very quickly and we haven't time
we didn't catch this moment yet, but you're absolutely right. So that was my duty to say that every day we have a guest who starts game, let's say plays first move for Tan and for Wenjun.
And today the guests are from both of the two guests are women's world champion. One is Zhu Chen. She is a FIDE treasure, and she is once is a Chinese woman world champion in the past, and she transferred to Qatar, and she helps Zhu Wenjun to start the move 1 with white. And black is Xu Yuhua, Secretary General of Chinese Chess Association, and she is also the women's world championship woman champion in the past.
Yeah. Wait, how many women's world champions you had? So you had 6. 6. Yeah. 6. We had on the opening ceremony. We had a photo of 5 women's world champions from China, including the players, right? Because yes, current world champion is Zhu Wenjun, but Zhongyi also was a world champion in 2017, I think. Yes, and the only one missing was Hou Yifan. Yeah. And this is absolutely incredible. Bishop g5 was played, and bishop g5 is well.
And I want to show you something. The 6 players wins women world champion. In China, 3 players are 4-time world champion, women world champion, and 3 players are 1-time women world champion. So this time we will see a new number of it. 2-time or 4-time Zhongyi, or 5 for
it can be 5 times world champion title for Zhu Wenjun if she wins the match. Yeah. Look, bishop g5, and quite quickly Zhongyi takes on c3 and goes rook c8.
Yes, so maybe after play bishop e6, Han Zhongyi is afraid of Zhu Wenjun to play
92, and so on. So after bishop g5, she pretty quickly takes c3, goes rook c8. Wait a second, but now c3 is, what is the comfortable move for white? I'm not even sure. Like some queen d2 or something. Because now you don't have this previous idea when, remember when the pawn was on b2, so let's say I block on d4 and we exchange and so. So now black has a weakness, which is the d5 pawn, but also white has a weakness, which is c3.
Yes.
Let's say queen d3. And what I'm looking at again at what computer has to say, like h6, and for some reason it takes on e7, which I don't understand. Can I go back to
Why?
e3?
Yes.
I don't know. I would try to keep the bishop e3.
Yes, I couldn't know why bishop e3 is.
Yeah, it's not like there is some tactical reason. No, it just says like, you know what, it's equal anyway. Queen a5, and yeah, basically nothing big happens. Rook.
Yes.
I don't know, bishop d4, rook fc1.
And actually, I think to make a weakness for white is better for black to control the position, because she also has some plan to do it.
Yeah, maybe one day, like, you know, black doubles on the c file, and it's actually now it doesn't look impossible that black starts playing for win.
Yes.
Right, like previously we always were saying, okay, black has easy, or maybe not so easy, but ways to make a draw, to defend, and so on. Now white also has a target on c3, so it still can be that this game develops into something sharp, unless, of course, white decides in a position on the board just to take on e7, take on d5.
Yeah.
And, you know, but this is something which is very hard to decide on. Yeah, you probably don't want doing. Wait a second. Why can I play rook d8?
Rook d8.
Yeah, because I thought c4, but can I take on c4? Right?
I think.
Wait, queen e2.
Yes.
Lot of pins.
Yes.
It's not like white is winning, but at least white is not losing a piece. Yeah, queen e2, and now you cannot take with the bishop, cannot take with the rook, so you have to move the c rook, and it will be a draw.
Yeah, and I think queen e2 may be the only move to save white.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, like the other one would be you have to take e6, and after rook d1 takes c4 and pray. So this is like you're holding, but there is no guarantee. There is no guarantee you will hold this one. And especially, I think with the rooks, maybe some rook d2 and f2 is a little bit weak. Yeah, this one is tricky. Okay, so rook c8, and Wenjun is thinking again. Now the difference is already 15 minutes, and maybe it's a good time for us to take a short break and continue after the break to review and commentate on this game 3 of Women's World Championship match.
I am joined today by Zhongyi, challenger to the FIDE Women's World Championship 2025. Tan, we are here 7 years later. This time you are playing as the challenger. How do you think you've grown as a player since your last match against Zhu?
This time, I'm just a whole lot more confident because last time I won the World Championship uh, pretty much out of good luck. And between the championship to the point that I defended the title, I did not have a lot of time to prepare. But this time, I earned the challenger position with the good work from me and my team. So that's why this time it's just much better prepared.
And you did earn it very convincingly at the candidates. How quickly did you start your preparation after winning the candidates?
My preparation is a combination of tournament play and the chess work at home. So therefore, to me, that's the most effective way for me. It's different from other players who would just stay at home behind closed doors doing all of those work.
And what else did your preparations entail outside of chess?
Okay, so physical exercise is certainly a big part of this. Knowing that the championship is going to be a very intensive, highly contested match, and the stamina is very, very important.
You mentioned that you are feeling quite confident and calm going into this compared to the last match. Do you think your experience as being a world champion before gives you more of a confidence than any previous challenges had with Zhu?
That sounds like a very interesting point. I never thought about comparing me with other challengers, and I believe that everybody has their own challenge, and everybody needs to deal with their own challenge. I'm dealing with mine.
And what qualities do you think you have of a world champion?
I don't feel that there is certain kind of quality that you work on the quality before you become world champion. It's usually when you become world champion, people look at you and trying to find some qualities that they can attribute to your championship. If you ask me what is my very standout quality, I would say that I never give up.
And then how would you compare your playing style to Zhu's?
So a lot of people think that I and Zhu Wenjun are very different players. Actually, I don't think so. We are both very, very practical players, trying to do things to get the best results. It's just the way of being practical is manifested in different ways. Some people think that she is very resilient and very difficult to break, but certainly everybody is breakable.
Oh. And you've already mentioned that getting here to challenge the title was hard-earned, hard-fought by winning the candidates. What would it mean for you to win the championship?
This is nothing less and nothing more than a world championship. Certainly, I have won world championship in the knockout format, and this is the opportunity for me to win it in the match format. So to me, I take this as a new challenge, and I really like new challenges.
And let's talk about chess in China, especially women's chess. You've long dominated chess, starting from Zijun, Hou Yifan, now Zhu Wenjun. You're challenging again. Why do you think chess is so popular in China, and what makes women's chess so strong here?
Chinese female players have got to this position for a lot of reasons. Mainly the environment is very conducive for our development because the Chinese women are more independent. They have more opportunity. And for example, in the top 4 players in the world, that they are all Chinese, and one of the youngest of the 4 is Lei Tingjie, and she is already 28 years old. The other three are even older. And it is very likely that in other countries that female players at this age, they probably are already mothers with a lot of mother responsibility. So they don't get to this position not because they are lacking talent, it's because they have made other choices, give priorities to other things as a female. That's what I think.
My final question to you is, this is the spotlight of chess, this match. You have supporters all around the world. Do you have a message for them?
I certainly hope that I can provide stably high-quality games. I know that with the match at such a high stake, sometimes it's not very easy to generate very high-quality games. So it is my hope that for this whole match of 12 games, I can have a couple of games that people can say that's really excellent games.
Thank you so much, Tan, and good luck for the match.
Thank you.
So Ju, we have a few social media questions from your fans around the world. The first one is, what was the biggest breakthrough that helped you reach the next level?
I think a big breakthrough is maybe the 2008 that I first became an Olympic gold, not gold, but Olympic member. And then in the next year, I won this World Teams Championship. We won, like China. And I think in 2008 is maybe the first time I feel that I could possibly be a very strong chess player.
If you could play a chess match against any legendary player from history, who would it be?
Probably Magnus Carlsen, but he will beat me. But it's like.
What advice can the two elite players offer to young girls getting into chess in regard to having face and overcome sexism?
Well, I think that when you are young, that it doesn't matter you are a boy or a girl, and you start in playing chess, so you just try to play with with logical chess ideas and with where it fits your style. So it's I think when it's when you're young, they are not playing so like huge different. They maybe their level are about similar, like they were young. Yes.
Yeah. And have you ever been friends with Tan off the board? If so, what memories have you made?
Yes, actually she and I were in the same year, so we know each other for quite a long time. And I think back many years ago, and in Beijing, we were like kind of grow up together, and I think she is very, she's a strong chess player since she was young, and also she likes social a lot, and also she is a very good and reliable teammate. Yes. And also, when we were young, we were, very know each other well. So,
Did you ever hang out outside of chess?
Yeah. I think when, going out for a restaurant, and also maybe when it's a tournament of playoff day, or not playoff, the rest day, or it's a finish or something, we go out like this. Yes.
It's nice. You've defended your title multiple times. What has been your biggest challenge in staying at the top, and how do you stay motivated?
Well, I think I just try to, every match is there and forget the past and just try to focus in the current tournament. And also, I think it is important that you keep the passion for chess and, just concentrate in chess.
Welcome back, everybody. It's FIDE Women's World Championship Match 2025. Game 3 is in progress. Few more moves being played while we were absent, and yeah, let's check what is going on the board. Well, in the first hour of play, we had some options for black to simplify everything. Still, the game is kept alive. It's not a draw yet. And now, well, we can return to position after bishop g5, rook c8. That's the last time we've seen it. And what happened was, yeah, queen to a4, h6, bishop d2. Black played a5.
Yes, and rook fe1, rook c4, rook queen a3.
Yeah,
these are
so
the
this
moves.
is queen a3. This is the position on the board right now.
Yes, and during the break, I have asked some professional players in China about this position. They all, not all, but a lot of players suggest the queen a4 here, and it's played by Wenjun. They said after rook c3, queen a7, maybe it's kind of the position which
White wants. Huh?
Yes, white wants. And h6, the move is very interesting because you cannot play bishop h4 here, like as a trick. Rook c4.
Ah, rook c4. Well, I mean, I guess you can still kind of take on e7, but
Yes,
then it's
but,
it's already black who maybe is better, right?
Yes.
Rook c8, then a2 is weak, c3 is weak. Yeah.
Yes, and you know, this is interesting. In Chinese Grandmaster Wang Yue has some broadcast, and he suggested this a4 rook is a golden rook in the position because it is very. He said in the end game, if you put your rook on a4 like this position, this is very good. And
I agree. Like the more that I look at this position, like first you think, okay, it's equal material. How bad can it be? Like the more I look at this position, yeah, like what do you do? Black's gonna play rook c8 and rook a3, and it's not easy.
Yes.
And maybe even like first bring the king to the e7, d6, so that you're not even taking the d5 pawn. And yeah, this would be really bad. In our game, after queen a3. Zhongyi just played knight to f5. Still looks like closer to equal than anything else to me.
Yes.
And the big question is like if white plays something, you know, rook c1, rook any rook move, does black want to go d4? Okay, so this is my question. Like, is black kind of happy to play d4? And to simplify even further, because both weaknesses disappear. You don't no longer have the d5. d5 pawn's not so
Yes.
weak, but what I want is to put the knight on d4, of course. Yeah.
I think it need to be as a calculation, because after I want to say after c takes d4, knight d4, if black has no more threats, it will be better for white to exchange.
Yeah,
it, but,
I agree. But somehow knight c2, knight f3.
yes, too much
Like, what
attack.
do you do? Yeah, I think even like if you go bishop d1 is ugly move first of all. Bishop e4.
E4?
Bishop e4. You can actually play now. Like I'm looking at computer stuff, and it says you can actually play knight f3.
Yes, and queen d2 to exchange this.
Bishop takes, queen d2. You defend a5. You attack a2 maybe, and yeah. Black is definitely like has no problem
Yes.
whatsoever.
At least
So after
equal
knight
position.
f5, maybe if I'm playing with white and I want this game to continue, maybe I should find some idea how d4 is not so, let's say, not so annoying.
So if I try bishop e2,
Yeah, I think bishop e2 may be a better move, and then I really don't know where this rook is going.
yeah, and
It's
black need
basically
to
like on. Yes,
Yeah.
and she does play bishop e2 relatively quickly, maybe regaining a bit of confidence. And it's about time because, you know, she's Wenjun is down to 50 minutes. Tan has an hour and 7. So again, all the games a little bit time advantage for Tan Zhongyi. And it seems nothing, but then in the second game you've seen, so when Wenjun needed this time the most, she was making a decision on like slight
Yeah.
time trouble. We cannot even say it was a big time trouble, and one unlucky move and you're out. Yeah, bishop e2. Tan relatively quickly played rook c8. Computer, among other things, was suggesting that you could play rook h4, which is of course provocative and you know, maybe. And it's not, I don't think it's like you are attacking, but like, yeah, maybe you keep an eye on h2, but also it says like you will not really catch this rook, right? I will always have a square.
but I don't really think so, because when I saw this position rook h4 first, I'm trying to capture a rook.
Yeah,
Actually,
g3
g3, and actually I'm
goes
not
to
sure
e4.
If I just go f3.
Yeah, this is what I'm thinking as well. Yeah, and there should be some computer trick. Okay, it's a check on b6.
If I just king
if
h1.
I go king h1, it's queen f2. Okay, it's not easy. Yeah, queen
yes.
f2, f takes. No, it's actually not only it's not easy, but it's also bad. Yeah, so wait a second. Is it queen f2? So I'm using some stupid engine then, because it was saying it's equal. You know what is equal after king h1? And this I can't believe. Rook c4, bishop takes, pawn takes. This I may believe because opposite colored bishops and the king is like not very safe, but still it's an exchange up. Yeah, so
Yes, because
So-
I want to mention you cannot play rook e5 because I have bishop f4. So this rook already captured after f3. So you need to move. Like
yeah, you
a
need
rook.
to find like tricks and stuff. Yeah, I agree. No, rook c8 is just simpler. Yeah, why would you do this? Rook
Yes.
c8, and now the question is, okay, maybe now you can play like even like a move, with bishop f1. You know, so that
Yeah.
if d4 happens, then your bishop is not under attack. d4,
Take, and then you.
take, but still knight c2
Yeah, but
is
still.
knight c2 is still very annoying. Knight c2 is still very
Yes,
annoying.
and you even haven't time to avoid knight c2
Yeah.
to lose some. Lose
Yeah, so there is one computer line. So you go rook e to d1, knight c2,
Yes.
queen b2, you take the rook, and white takes on h6.
Oh, this is brilliant.
gh6, yes, rook takes queen, rook f8 takes d8. queen b2, oh sorry, queen a1 and rook d2 or a4, and this is something I'm not sure, to be honest. Okay, now it starts saying like any line is equal. Maybe, yeah, rook d2 seems...
It seems like I will prefer black here.
Maybe, you know what, maybe why it's equal, because like computer finds some perpetual check. Yeah, but, right, it's very hard to imagine like black risking here. If it was like white king was safe somewhere, h3, king h2, and maybe also, maybe you need the knight for white. Yeah, like if it would be knight instead of bishop on f1 is like not getting anywhere. So the best you can do with white is maybe like go queen f6 and somehow some perpetual check. Yeah, so this is one quite imbalanced line. Other than that, I'm not even sure what you can do. Because d4, seems like d4 is coming.
And I think even white cannot overpush too much here, because after d4, if let's say white really wants to win and move some like bishop f1 and take and I want to say if white plays some stupid moves which wants to keep the position unbalanced, maybe it will be better for black. So
yeah, it can easily get better for black, exactly. All right, so Wenjun decided to go rook a to d1, which is probably a good move against d4 at least.
Yes, because
it's a good move against d4. So now if you try d4, actually there is no refutation. You can still play d4, because the line computer starts giving is like some really strange bishop to a6 and so on and so on. Bishop a6, rook c6, bishop b5, rook back to c8.
c8, yeah.
Yeah. Or actually you can also with bishop on b5 all of a sudden d takes c3 is good for white. Yeah, you go back to c8 and then I don't understand what's happening. It goes bishop a6 again and says white is slightly better. So computer repeats moves and says like white's slightly better, but not clear why. Yeah, like maybe bishop d3 is the move that you want to try instead of bishop a6. Like bishop d3, yeah. Instead of all this repetition and so on, just like go bishop d3 and again, if black was to take on c3, I think white is very happy. dc3, bishop c3. This is your typical kind of two bishops advantage scenario, right? So knight didn't get to d4, a5 is weak. This one's very pleasant. But this tension on d4 can be kept for a long time, it seems, right? After bishop d3, black can play then a queen f6, maybe?
Yes.
Queen f6, then intending to go rook d8.
But after queen f6, you need to pay attention to your a5 pawn, because always white can take on a5.
Yeah, for now, I'm thinking c3 is hanging, so that's like cd4, knight d4, and
now queen a5, I think rook a8 will save the position.
Yeah, like bishop a5, again rook a8, right? Or no, bishop a5, in fact, what computer does is knight c2, and it's probably right. Knight c2, bishop takes, rook takes,
and rook d2 is the
rook
only move.
d2, not to drop the material back, and then for whatever reason it says it's just equal. I thought there is like specific tactical line, not really. Okay, for instance, rook c8, rook f to
rook
c8.
c8, yeah.
So you are a pawn up, but somehow the pieces are a little bit disorganized, yes, and black actually wants to take on a2 right now with the bishop.
And maybe the pawn is...
maybe you cannot even save the pawn, maybe you cannot even save the pawn. Yeah, so d4 is theoretically possible. If not d4, you can probably still play some like slower moves. You know what? When rook is on d1 now, like rook a1 went on d1, maybe you can still play queen f6 even without d4. So if white takes, you'll play rook a8. If white takes and black plays rook a8, and
if these two pawns exchanged, it's really good for black to make a draw. If black
yeah, I think now like you just find your moment to go d4, and you have 3 versus 3.
Yes.
Yeah, so this is again a very tricky moment for Wenjun, because she wants to keep this game going, but also she still doesn't want to take too much risk.
Yes.
Like at one of those games that, what I mean, like closer to the end of the match, if we have the same balance, Zhongyi leads +1, that maybe in some game a draw and a win for you is almost, a draw and a loss for you is almost the same value. You need to win so much that, like, you take more risks, because, yeah, a draw is unacceptable. Here, like the last thing you want to do is like take more risks, lose the game with white, and this is just like all terrible scenario. Yeah, so she will have to know when to stop, kind of preventing all the exchanges and so on. Yeah. Yeah, somehow black's setup is so nice. Like this knight on f5 stops the bishop, the dark square bishop from being active. And it's very hard to find like targets for white pieces.
For white, yes.
Even like you have the rooks in the center, seemingly like it's not like your pieces are passive, but still it's very hard to attack something. It's very, very hard to attack something.
And even here in this position, maybe knight d6 is also a different way to
to get the knight on c4.
C4 or e4 maybe. But I think this is not a very good choice, but still.
Yeah, it is possible.
Yes, still possible.
Here, what white can try after knight d6. Yeah, computer has as one of the lines. I just want to say, let's say bishop e3.
Yes.
Knight c4, bishop c4, rook c4, and then you put the bishop on d4. And it's not much, but you try to kind of claim that my bishop on d4 is better than your bishop on e6. And then if black doesn't play precise, let's say somehow you let white play rook e3, rook e1, and then it can be serious. Yeah, then it can be serious. Like some combination of pressure on the e file and maybe some ideas, yeah, on rook g3. It's probably still like not much. If black is precise, it should be a draw, but at least like some hope for the game to continue. But yeah, even knight d6, knight c4, there is nothing wrong. Again, whenever I see that the queen is stuck on a3, I'm thinking, can black somehow just like bring the pieces to the king side, you know, knight h4 or something like that. But I don't know. It's not clear how you do it. Not clear how you do it. Yeah. So normally, yeah, it's either knight d6, knight c4, or you make a queen move maybe.
Yes.
One thing was queen f6, maybe even like queen c7 is also possible. Just you don't want your queen to be opposed to white's rook on d1. So let's see. Tan seemingly is about to make a decision. So now she's down to 1 hour. Wenjun on 46 minutes, and this is move 20 for black to play. So very, very precise. You have, no, not precise. I thought 2 hours. You don't have 2 hours. You have 1.5 hours. Yeah. So an hour for 20 moves should be fine for Tangerine. Yeah, but so far, interestingly, we do not get very tactical positions, right? It's more of a like positional battle, maybe some strategic plans, but we haven't yet seen a game where, let's say, I have a trick and you have a counter trick, yeah. But it will come inevitably. It will inevitably come like closer to the second part of the match.
Yes.
Okay, now we are just waiting for Zhongyi to decide. However, she's, as you said, like she's a very dynamic player, so it's not impossible she will just like calculate d4, and if it works, then just go for it.
Yes.
I guess, yeah. d4 or queen d6 and then d4 to fall. Let's see.
I mean, here black has too many good moves here to improve her position. So actually, I think maybe Tan Zhongyi will not try to push d4 because you know, d4 maybe if you have miscalculated something, maybe it's a
you're right. Yes, it can be that. Yeah, like it's also easier for white to play position opens,
Yes.
two bishops and so on. Yeah, as long as you keep it, you have like relative weakness of d5, but also white has on c3. And d5 is, like I say, it's a weakness, but nobody is attacking d5.
Yes.
Yeah, it's actually very safe. It's actually very safe. Yeah, you're right. It's like almost impractical to calculate d4 if you can play like just any move pretty much. Yeah.
yes. Actually, I like this queen c7 move. You mentioned it before, because after queen c7, it looks like rook a d1 is a stupid move for white because after queen c7 you cannot move your bishop. I attack on c3,
Yeah.
and if you don't move your bishop, this rook is like on d1.
On d1 blocked, yes. You
Yeah.
cannot really attack d5.
And after queen c7, maybe
No, maybe bishop d3 still, something like this.
yes.
And then I'm thinking, can we go rook d8? Yeah, c4 is not a problem, right? c4 we can, the very least we can take, I guess. Yeah, bishop a5 and pin it.
Yes.
Yeah, yes, it's not a big problem. So rook fd8, c4 doesn't work. And then maybe you return to your like knight d6, knight c4 idea or something.
Yes.
Or even... It's like, you know, one unique position where it's hard to come up with moves for both sides, right? It's like
Yes.
each side, like you have a lot of options, but not a lot of like plans. So unlike in some structures, you say, I want to play this pawn move and this pawn move, and I have so many plans, but yeah, I just have to decide what I do first. Here, it's relatively easy to find the move because a lot of moves make sense, but like ultimately what you want to do is very hard. Very hard to, wow, queen to d6. This is, okay, this is at least like clarifies situation a little bit. Because now, well, theoretically you can keep the queens. I don't know if you want to.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay,
One thing to say that if you trade on d6 and let's say bishop e3, knight c4, exchange on c4, now it's not the same because the queens are not on the board. So black is not afraid of, let's say, any kind of kingside attack. So black, so it's like zero problem for black. Should be zero problem for black. Is queen a5 a move?
But queen a5, I just
Queen
rook
a5,
rook a8.
rook a8.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like
And
queen
if
b, queen b4.
I think I will just take on a2.
Ah, so you're
don't
not
want
interested. Yeah, yeah. Rook a2. Yeah, it's very little, if anything, for white. Bishop f4. I mean, like bishop f4.
Or maybe I just to play queen
d7 or queen
d7,
c6. Yeah, queen c6 is also good. Queen d7. In some position like this, yeah. There are still tricks, right?
Yes.
There are still tricks. Like, yeah, we have rook a4 idea. We have rook a4 idea.
It's really hard to find any plans for both colors here.
Yeah. Queen.
I think after queen d6, if Wenjun wants to keep pressure, maybe she will try queen a4.
Yeah, queen a4 is possible. Ah, well, you know what? It's actually tricky because, again, I'm looking at the computer. So one way to play would be once again d4.
In which position? Here?
After queen a4, yeah, d4.
D4.
And I don't understand this. d4, c takes, and now it wants to take with the queen. Maybe because a2 also hanging, so it will be like the exchange of global exchange of everything. Maybe it will be a global exchange of everything. But even these positions, if queens are on the board, is black absolutely safe? Like let's say you go queen b5, maybe back to a3. Back to a3, rook c2. I'm like, as a human player, I'm scared to, let's say I have a queen on d4, discovered attacks, and I want to like move the queen, but computer of course says, you know what, you shouldn't be afraid.
And it always happens to the position like white has pairs of bishops and black has two knights or bishop and a knight, because white always wants to keep the bishops, and if he wants to keep the bishops, sometimes he need to put play the moves
like bishop f1 and so on. Yeah.
And now black always have some like rook c2, knight f5, knight e4, queen d4, some active moves, and this is always happens in the Queen's Gambit or some openings.
When the center is getting open. You're right. I'm thinking there is a line. I think it's from E3 Slav or something. When your typical moves, like you get a pair of bishops, and your typical move is like bishop goes to E1, and you know, and doesn't move for next 10 moves maybe. So it's also an art, if you like, like it's keeping these two bishops on the board, and then later on in the end game, they play a role. So here, it's not much, if anything. Maybe you're right. Maybe queen a4 is what you want to do. But then again, what is the plan if black doesn't play? Okay, we go queen a4, and black again does something. Rook d8, or I don't know what's. It's very hard to understand. Maybe white wants this bishop d3. Bishop is stuck on d2. This is something I don't like.
Yes.
Like if I can get this bishop somewhere. You know what? Maybe I want bishop f4, bishop e5 after queen a4. If, let's say, if nothing happens, say rook f d8. Bishop f4, I'm just desperately trying to find. And bishop f4 is a bad move immediately. Tactics alert. There is bishop d7.
This is.
It's a very tricky. It's actually possible to miss, right?
Yes.
Bishop d7. Now the queen cannot move because it needs to defend the bishop. So you have to take the queen. Black takes the queen, and then black wins material.
This is very tricky.
It's a short line, but the move itself to go bishop d7, your experience tells you, well, it's never like maybe I exchange, but I never win material like this. Yeah, so it's possible to miss even even in a Grandmaster game. Okay, what we have on the board is queen takes a5, which computer was kind of happy with and said that it's the best move, but also it's it's the best move because of evaluation, but it also simplifies the game even further.
Yes.
Rook a8 played very fast. We I think expect again no surprises. Queen b4. Well, technically queen b5 and then to d3 could be also an alternative, but queen b4, rook a2, bishop f4, and queen c6 or queen d7. So
let's try something bad for black. If bishop is f4, I play queen b4.
Let's see what happens if black decides to exchange. And then this b pawn. That's at least from our experience, we can promise that normally the b pawn runs forward, supported by the bishops, right?
Yes, but it's interesting that in game two, but these minor pieces pieces are out, and only rook and endgame. Tan Zhongyi has d pawn and wins the game against Zhu Wenjun's b pawn.
Yeah.
Yeah, but now here we have a pair of bishops. B pawn is better than d pawn anyway.
Yeah, queen b4 happened. There is something.
And rook a2 is already played.
Yeah, rook takes a2 already played. So that's what? Move 22, and once again we have this potential scenario that the game well simplifies even further, and it's not impossible or even highly likely that it will finish in a draw by this point without any side actually having like some serious initiative or serious advantage.
Yes.
It's a very level game, but same thing we were saying about game two until it was like very level until Zhu Wenjun made this fatal mistake of going rook f5. So after rook a2, I think you still try like go bishop f4.
Yes, bishop
If
f4
black
is
cannot exchange or doesn't want to exchange, then bishop f4 should be a good move.
And here, white cannot play g4 to force black to exchange the queen, because it's very easy. I can exchange it and knight d4, and maybe white is the one to
yeah, well, white
play for
is
draw.
actually in trouble, I
In
guess.
trouble, maybe, yes. So
Yeah, funny. I was thinking because I input this variation and I see computer is very pessimistic for white.
Yes.
Like minus 1.4, and I'm thinking, how is it possible I can play h3 and defend?
Yeah.
And it turns out that both bishops are kind of, white pieces cannot move. So one move to win would be bishop d7, and then try moving any of the pieces. Like if you move the bishop, it's knight f3.
Yes.
The light square bishop. You the dark square bishop, the light square bishop is hanging. Moving the rook drops one of the bishops. So all this square of pieces is paralyzed. It's nice, it's in the center, it cannot move at all.
Yes.
That's incredible position. Yeah, and then bishop
This
d7, I think bishop a4 or something, just like black wins material.
And actually, these four pieces all cannot move. Is very interesting.
Yeah,
to see.
it's unique, right? Because sometimes, like at least something would be possible to move. Not like this, all four guys, and having like bishop have some diagonal and cannot move at all. Yeah, bishop f4 on the board. Bishop f4 on the board, and now I'm thinking. Again, like we are talking very strong grandmasters, so Tan Zhongyi will take on b4 only if she see some line where she wins the b pawn, like the pawns exchange, right? But I don't see how to achieve this. I mean, you could try to take on b4, go rook a4, maybe.
But rook b.
Even rook b1.
Yes.
Yeah, even rook b1. Yes, there will be some jumping, like rook b1, knight d4.
And bishop d1.
Bishop d1. Yes, I played like a couple of active moves, and then eventually this pawn will move forward. Okay, so that means black probably is not happy to trade the queens, and maybe the game goes on. Queen to c6 is played.
Yes.
Queen to c6. So now.
And now Zhu Wenjun needs to be careful because rook a4.
Rook a4. Yeah.
Yes.
Again, yeah. I actually thought like maybe we play bishop f1 because this bishop is hanging. Yeah. Bishop f1 is the way to blunder with rook a4 and pretty much lose the game in one move. So what you can do is like bishop e5 maybe. Bishop e5. So that you still keep c3 pawn defended, and the bishop is not now much more active than it was on d2. But still, I'm asking myself, like, how bad is like if black, okay, creates all the weaknesses and just goes f6, and bishop f7, and maybe still there is like not much you can do.
Yes, and actually after f6, of course I think this is not a very good move, but maybe black can exchange the bishop with knight, because you
wait.
have.
Now, can I go? Yeah, now I cannot go back to f4, right?
Yes, rook a4 still, but now rook a4.
No, there is a trick. Yeah, now rook a4, I can go bishop b5, and in the end of the line, e6 is hanging. Yeah?
So
Rook b4, bishop c6, rook f4, rook e6.
the white will
White actually, white actually is better in this case. Maybe even much better, because I don't see how I defend d5.
Yes.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
f6
so
maybe is not very clever.
Yes. So f6, bishop f4 is brilliant. This is a.
Yeah, because if I don't play bishop f4, then what do? Like I go bishop d4.
I just exchange and bishop
take
f7.
and bishop f7. It's a draw.
Yes. Well, but I think bishop e5, f6 is.
Yeah, you
will
don't
not
need
be
to
played.
play f6. Yeah, you don't need to play f6. You can do different stuff, I'm guessing. What is the move though? Like. Because strangely, computer now it wants to play f6, and I agree with you. Like f6 is not an easy move to play. So if there is like another move that is tempting, maybe you do. Because for example, after rook a4, white can go like queen b1, but also white similarly can go bishop b5, rook b4, bishop c6, and win the d5 pawn. Which once again doesn't guarantee you that you win the game. Say rook c4 takes d5 and.
But after rook d5, bishop d5, rook d5. After f6, maybe we will see the same endgame. Yes, like
f6. Yes, yeah. The only way to keep the pawn is bishop d4.
And after
knight d4, c takes d4. Yeah, you're right.
It's the same.
It's very similar.
Yes.
It's very similar, and actually it's hard for me even to tell, like, what let's say the fact that there is 4 rooks on the board, if this endgame was to happen, because with like one pair of rooks, one rook for each side, we know, like, more or less know how to play it. Like you want to bring the king in the center, and then in the right moment you sacrifice maybe your king side, and if it works, it works. It doesn't, it doesn't. Like with 2 rooks each, it's a little bit trickier, or maybe a lot trickier.
Yes.
But yeah, the fact that we can have the similar situation then it's in game 2 is very, it's actually remarkable, yeah. All right, and no move after queen to c6, and Wenjun is down to 34 minutes.
Still, this kind of position, if you are in time trouble, still you need to be careful.
Yeah. Well, all this, like even like rook a4 tricks, right? I
yes,
mean,
yes.
now it doesn't work, but maybe next move it will. Yeah. It's tricky.
Yeah, actually, you really need to be careful, because if black hasn't got rook a4 trick, some move like bishop f3, bishop f1, white has a lot of moves. Looks good.
Yeah, useful moves, right, absolutely.
Yes.
There is
you have
one more attempt for white, like if I play rook to a1, and let's say rook takes, then somehow d4 works again. I'm just like looking at computer. It's not like you need to play d4. You can probably play rook c8. Yeah, but d4, c takes d4, and some trick like queen to e4. And you attack too many pieces. Yeah, so has to go queen d2 and just like knight d4, and with 3 versus 3 should be fine.
So I think bishop e5 is the
Yeah, bishop
move.
e5 is the most critical, but then again, then we have to understand that after f6, we actually move back.
Yes.
Because if you
Bishop
don't see
e5.
that after bishop, yeah, like you go bishop e5 and bishop f4, if you don't see this bishop f4 return, then you would think, okay, I go bishop e5, f6, and I have to like
Bishop
pretty much
e4.
accept a draw, right? Go bishop g3 or d4, everything getting exchanged. So it is very important move to find. It is very important move to find for Wenjun in order to continue trying to squeeze something out of this position.
But also, if Wenjun finds bishop e5, f6, bishop f4, it's also difficult for Zhongyi to find this line because after bishop e5, if I play black, I will when I calculate f6, I will totally miss the bishop f4. I will think bishop f4,
Yeah.
rook a4. Okay,
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, it's like, you know, it's how to say, like almost like you have memories from the past. Bishop a4
Yes.
was never working because of rook a4.
Yes.
Right, because of rook a4. So how can it work now? Yeah, it was my threat, right? It was literally my threat a move ago. But yeah. So bishop f4. Yeah, okay.
So
Let's, if this happens, yeah, bishop f4. I'm checking with. Actually, computer starts liking white now. Bishop f7 is the best move. If you don't if you don't play bishop f7, it's already 0.5. So bishop f7.
You need to.
Some bishop b5. It goes. Queen to b, like 6 or 7, not clear, and wait, after queen b6, how
Yes,
do we
queen
defend?
b6 is good.
Rook e2 maybe. Yeah.
Yes, rook e2 seems good.
Okay, rook e2, bishop e2, and white. I would say if this happens, let's say white still has some pressure, right? White still has some pressure. Maybe it's closer to a draw than anything else, but at least we did not like fully simplified. And now without this rook, it's much harder to go d4 now. Yeah, like it's.
Yes.
It's much harder to go d4. So maybe after all, it will be Wenjun's best chance.
Yes. For human, I think this position is a little progress than the position before bishop e5 for white.
Well, actually, what happened in the game, she played bishop b5 immediately,
Oh, yeah.
queen to b6, and then went rook e2.
Rook e2.
So it's more or less similar position, but black didn't play f6. Actually, after queen b6, yeah, rook e2 or rook d2, that's any of these moves, yeah. Rook takes, bishop takes. Black didn't take yet, but like if black takes on e2. Again, now, for example, if you exchange on e2 and exchange the queens, white is probably like winning.
Yeah.
Yeah, and now the b pawn will be running very fast. So
Now after rook e2, can I play rook a8? Rook f8?
yeah, I think it's possible. I don't see why not. I'm not even sure. Like now, I don't want to take on a2. I want to do something else.
If you take, maybe it's better for black now. I have some attack on the king side.
Yeah. Like, what is the move I'm playing? Rook f1 or bishop d2? Both are like ugly moves. No. So okay, it's good. Rook f8. What can I do? h3 or bishop? Can I play bishop d3?
Yes.
Bishop d3, offering again to exchange the queens.
So maybe queen c6.
Queen c6. And there is a trick after queen c6, because now I can take a2, and white has a very funny move, queen b1.
Oh, I missed, totally missed.
Wait a
this.
second, but queen b1. Is it win? It somehow it doesn't win, because I would think it's like it wins completely.
Yes, because rook a4 to attack on f4 is also useless. I have two winning moves: bishop b5 first, or I can.
Or bishop f5 and
yes, I can
check on the. Ah, and also you take on f4 at the end. Wow.
Yes, so still a lot of tricks here.
Absolutely. So white is better after this, like queen b1, but black somehow holds with queen a4.
Yeah.
Right. Ah, wait, but you just take. No. Okay, this,
yes.
this. Take on a2, queen b1, queen a4. No, this is crazy. This is like.
So rook f8 is played by Zhongyi.
Mm-hmm. And in the position on the board, on analysis board, it's like almost a fantastic exercise. Yeah. Like if all this happens, if we this queen b1, because the move from computer is like, I don't know if I would be able to find rook f1. Is the strongest move. Like, okay, rook on d1 is not hanging anymore, and also you defend f2. I think this is the reason, and white is somehow much better after rook f1.
And after rook f1, actually, black has to be careful with his pieces.
Yeah, some checkmate threats and so on. So I think it's first of all surprising that white doesn't win anything. By the way, we are discussing this position as it like, okay, it's just some funny tactic,
Yes.
but we are not too far away from it, because white just played bishop d3.
And actually, after bishop d3, black is not really easy to make a move here.
Not too many moves. You have queen a7, you have queen, I don't know, queen d8.
Yes, because for example, queen d8 seems like a move here, because maybe you will see I play queen c6. I'm afraid of if you exchange and queen b8 have
Queen
some
b8,
checks on the.
But queen b1 is the same trick, right?
Yes, but queen b1. Oh, maybe queen b1 is winning for white. I'm not sure.
Takes. Queen
But still,
b1.
maybe you have rook a4.
Ah, now you have rook a4. But even then, like rook a4, yeah, white is not winning material, but white can play c4, you know. It feels like very unpleasant initiative already, like c4, 97, and some, then like even. By the way, I was looking for some position like this. Let's say here, nothing forcing, but say we play bishop g3, and we exchange on d5 even. Or, yeah, like if you can get c5 even, I mean, this is great. Even this one is like not absolutely equal, because if white kind of starts making threats, not so simple. So, there is, again, we were talking tricks. There is a trick for black to avoid most dangers. You can go rook a1 in this precise position. And the reason for that you will, you don't have to have a rook on a2. So you go rook a1. White, of course, cannot take the queen because of a checkmate.
Yes.
Plays, I guess, rook e1 or rook d2, something like this. Yeah. Exchange on d1.
Exchange it.
And then queen d8. And now queen b1 is nothing. But still. But even this one is like, feels like white made some progress. And maybe still has chances. Like, black's position is very solid.
Actually, I think the last few moves Wenjun made is really brilliant.
Yeah, like she made, maybe with the help of her opponent, but she made progress, because if you look at the position 5 moves ago, we thought like anytime everything exchanged, then it's a draw, right? Now not only it seems impossible for black to simplify everything, but also like the moment these tactical tricks, you see, okay, I have to be careful here and also here. You understand, maybe the position is not so easy. So it's a brilliant move indeed, bishop d3. And time for Tan to look for, for a most precise. And there is another option, queen a7 or a5. And then white takes on a2, queen takes a2. And I'm guessing bishop e5 or something.
Yes, I like this bishop.
And also, also this one is maybe not much, but it is pleasant for white. It is pleasant. We'll like.
Sometimes maybe I will move my queen to the king side.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, but rook a1 played by time.
Wow. This is very cool.
Yes.
This is very cool. So she identified there are tricks, and she finds rook a1, which is the best move in the position, it seems.
Actually, I think rook a1 is very important in this current position.
Yeah, because 2-3 moves ago, we were saying, okay, rook on a2 is a very active rook.
Yes.
And now, in all these lines, we understand, is it a black rook on a2, is it a queen on a2? It feels misplaced, right? So this idea that you give rook a1 and you yourself exchange on d1 is actually a clever thing to do. Yeah, rook e1 played. Exchange on d1 happened. And now, yes, perhaps still a little bit more pleasant for white, but at least like nothing major. You just, I guess, move the. You don't exchange basically. You move to c6, you move to d8 somewhere. Okay,
so if I play black, maybe I will try queen c6 here, because queen d8, maybe I will be worried about some c4 tricks on the in the center. And I want to mention, if white, let's say just black play some random moves and give white chance to put her pawn on c5, it will be.
Yeah, again, it's such an improvement. Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
Because like maybe one of the reasons is that a black d pawn is not really like moving anywhere, right? You can put it on d4 and that's it. And the c pawn is very dangerous. And then if you move your knight from f5, then bishop gets a square on d6, supported by the pawn. So this would be a huge change. The problem, though, that c4 now, black, of course, can take.
Yes.
Yeah, black, of course, can take. So, but yeah, eventually, if white manages c4 and black cannot take, this is pretty dangerous for black. So rook d1, Zhongyi thinking on her next move, and maybe once again, it's been 2 hours and 10 minutes since start of the round, so maybe we will ask for a little short break and we'll come back to cover this game 3. We are getting closer, to the time trouble stage where normally it is very exciting. So we'll take a few minutes break and come back after it. Welcome back everyone, and we continue with game 3 of FIDE Women's World Championship match. After almost 2.5 hours of play, the position is still very close to being equal. Pair of bishops for Wenjun, but seemingly no clear way of using it so far. And during our absence, only one move was played. Zhongyi returned the queen to d8, not exchanging the queens, obviously. Yeah, so let's see the position, let's see the players, and go from there. So, Wenjun on your screen, the defending world champion. Yeah, for those who maybe just joined us, she lost game 2, so on -1, of course, would very much like to get something in her white games, but so far seems to be very, very hard.
Yeah, but in the last few moves, actually, I think Wenjun tried her best to get some progress, at least for human to think about the position.
Yeah, I agree that if we check sort of the trend 5 moves ago, it was like absolutely nothing. Now it's already like there is some hope, yeah. Which move do we play here? Like, because part of me wants to like just play h3 if there is like nothing, nothing forcing, maybe, like, because there is always something on this back rank. Maybe I play h3 and.
Yes, because it seems like black has no moves to make some progress, and maybe white can play h3 or king h2, some moves to wait black to make some mistakes or make something different in the position.
Yeah, I think that's one of the ways, and actually one of the qualities of strong players, that some positions like this, they still find ways of like put maybe a little, but still to put some pressure. Because when you would think, oh, okay, there is nothing to play for, it's an equal position, let's just like exchange everything. The strong players, they find this little, even like some little tactical traps, and you play like, let's say, as we saw somewhere, like rook a4, this idea, right? So
yes.
It worked, and then like white had queen b1 ideas. Yeah. Okay, let's see. And h3, yeah, h2, h3 is on the board. h2, h3 is on the board. Black's position is very solid, but at the same time, as you said, like there is no clear way how black, let's say, makes progress or makes exchanges. So it's more of a White makes moves, black makes moves. They both wait. They both like try to create threats. A bit of a waiting game, so to speak.
So for black, what's Tan Zhongyi must be careful is not to allow white play c4 and c5.
Yeah.
You can play c4 and I exchange it. It's
okay.
Okay,
yeah, but like if white somehow gets the pawn on c5, it is unpleasant immediately.
yes.
So queen d7 or queen f6, right? I mean, one of those kind of moves.
Yes.
Maybe, yeah, like if...
I think I will, maybe queen f6 seems much better. Because now queen d7 is first it's not even a threat because rook a4
there is no rook a4 threat because there is always a check from b8. Yeah.
Yes, and I actually in a few moves ago queen c let's just show it. Few moves ago, after Tan Zhongyi played queen c6, Zhu Wenjun already played bishop b5, so its signal means Zhu Wenjun already found this.
Yeah, knows this rook a4 trick and will not fall for it. Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
So after h3.
So you don't need to put any tricks on rook a4 during this game because no chance for white to
No chance
miss.
for white to blunder it. Yeah. Okay, so queen f6, for example. And I was thinking, okay, maybe rook e1 to play bishop e5.
Yes.
And I actually don't know. Somehow it's still not easy for black to find the best way. Like all the moves seem the same. I mean, I very much like when I have a clear plan. Here it's just like waiting. Okay, you can go rook c8, bishop e5, and say queen g5. Yeah. But even that, okay, knight h4 is some sort of a threat, you know? Knight h4. A bishop g3, I guess. So even if you play knight h4, there is bishop g3. But how to make progress for white is also not clear.
Maybe king h2.
King h2. And if knight h4, bishop g3, knight back to f5, and some... bishop f4, right?
Yes, bishop f4, but maybe I just go queen f6.
And then we like keep repeating all the time. Yeah. 5, queen g5, yeah. Maybe there is no way to make progress. By the way, queen f6 on the board. Maybe there is no way of making progress.
So, if let's say the position after bishop e5, queen g5 we mentioned before, maybe I try some g4, f4 move, but this is actually I regret I say this, but if white really wants something on king side, maybe I need to play f4, g4.
Yeah, somehow. So g4. Wait, but there is queen d2, so we also have to be careful.
I need to be
because
careful.
with somehow they always have some threats.
Yes, because what I want to show is, for example, you play knight h4. Even if you have knight f3 threat, I still go f4. This is what I want.
And let's pretend like there is no tactic. Queen moves back to, let's say, d8.
Yes,
and then we go king g3, right?
Yes.
And then we go king g3, and this is actually very good for white.
Yes. But now.
Now we know that there are tricks. Yeah,
a lot of
knight
tricks.
f3, queen h4, and so. Tan just they both follow this line, rook e1, and Tan just played rook c8.
Yes.
I'll just play rook c8, so now c3 is under attack.
Yes, I think bishop e5 will be
Bishop e5
played.
is, yeah, it's probably the move. Queen g5. Yeah, somehow this g4 f4 is not easy to get. And queen d2 is, again, queen d2 is a threat after, or not really. No, wait, we were going king h2, right? We were going king h2,
Yes.
so what after queen d2?
Maybe just queen b1.
Ah, queen
Go
b1.
back.
Yeah.
Oh, but yes, queen b1, queen f2. I can play rook f1.
Mm-hmm.
But
Or rook e2.
yeah,
Rook f1 or
should be
rook
rook
e2.
e.
Yeah.
Yeah, should be rook e2. I think maybe rook f1, queen e3. But
Bishop
I can,
f4,
but bishop f4
yeah,
is
and then
yeah.
finally taking the knight. Yeah, so f2 is not hanging. Yeah, bishop
Yep.
e5 on the board, queen g5. And maybe just to mention that if, let's say, if white goes queen g4 and we exchange the queens, say, queen takes, pawn takes, yeah, that's also not much, yeah.
Yes. Only if you
97.
take on b4, I have c takes
Yeah,
b4.
yeah, like with the c3 pawn being weak, and yeah, black is pretty much has like no weaknesses, and even some targets of his own, like knight c6, and
Yes.
yeah,
Even I can play knight a5, knight c4. It's
yeah, so probably just as like closer to a draw than any other result.
yes. So after queen g5, or maybe you play queen g4. If I don't want you to play h takes g4, I can play queen. Oh, but queen d2, you have rook d1. Sorry, this is.
Yeah, this one, this is yeah, this is already like I have rook d1. What computer? Yeah, actually you can take on g4, but also what it does is like goes knight h4, so that
Yes.
forces white to take on g5, which is probably also very similar. H g5, and again the pawns are quite safe.
Yes. And Wenjun played the bishop a6.
Bishop a6, disturbing the rook.
This is something different from our analysis.
Yeah, from what we were thinking. So now, if rook a8, can
Does she want to play queen b7 or something?
Yeah, this is what I was thinking. Like, ideally, want to play two moves: bishop b8 and queen b7, trap the rook.
Yes.
But even then, it probably doesn't work because some knight h4 is starting.
Yes, but I want to show it because this is really.
Yeah, this is like a funny. Yeah, but if you ask, but how did it happen? Like, okay, we understand last move was queen b7. Maybe queen went from b5 to b7.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so bishop a6. Rook can be moved to, seems to like any square really. d8 is good.
Yes.
a8 is good. So if she goes to a8, you can again repeat or go. Yeah, maybe go queen b7. Rook again moves somewhere. d8.
d8. Yes.
And it's not clear, like I'm looking at computer lines and it's all the same, it moves around. The queen b6 moves the rook again, rook e8 or something, or knight h4 is also here.
Yes. But maybe
Knight
queen b6, you need to be careful about rook a8 because rook a8, bishop b8, maybe it's already captured. But anyway, you can have some knight h4 on attacking on the king side.
The problem is like there is always this knight h4 counterattack. We cannot get rook a8 played.
Yes,
Rook
they are
a8
very confident about their moves because they played really fast.
Yeah, all of a sudden they kind of really sped up. Yes, for Wenjun, even she's not in a time trouble. She has 22 minutes, and Zhongyi could spend more time, but maybe she doesn't feel like she needs to. Because how big
Yes.
can be a difference between like going to A8 or D8?
Yes.
How can we possibly reach this? I really like your plan of like organizing somehow G4 and F4 and all this, but
Yeah, but
it's very hard to do, right?
yes, and it's also maybe a worse decision to to take a risk on the king side, because seems like when you play G4, the risk is more than the
Then what
chance.
you then you more than you're risking to lose more than you're risking to win.
Yes, yes.
Is bishop b7 something?
Bishop b7. I'm not sure. I can go rook a2 or some.
Yeah, it's not clear what it does. You know? Like bishop b7 again. It's only good if you take d5 next move. Otherwise, it's an empty move. Yeah.
So maybe I will try rook a2 after.
Yeah, bishop b7, rook a2, and already I have to be careful. I probably should like go queen f4, ask for exchange.
Yes.
Well, she does play something.
Bishop f4.
Bishop f4 attacking the queen. I'm a little bit confused now. Bishop a4 attacks the queen. If the queen goes back to f6, it's not very clear what. Queen back to f6, bishop d3, rook c8, and we repeat again. Like it's like 4 moves repetition. Not in 2 moves, but in 4 moves we came to the same position. Yes, and queen f6 played. Queen f6 is played. Bishop e5. I'm running out of ideas, really. So the only real plan was this, like G4, organized G4, but it's like something has to happen for this. Like black really has to go like very passive, like queen d8 and maybe with the queen on d7. Remember we had discussion that maybe the queen gets on d7. If queen was on d7, then maybe you can go king h2 and g4 somehow. Yeah.
So maybe queen f6 is still a very important move.
Yeah.
Not according to computer, but maybe.
Yeah, for human play, you don't want to give your opponent too many chances, right?
Yes.
So ideally, you want to control the amount of options your opponent has. And for Tan, if she manages to defend this one and like make a draw, it's a perfect scenario.
Yes.
It's an absolutely perfect scenario. So 2 black games. She has like little to none troubles, and then won first game with white, and then we'll be playing the next game with white tomorrow.
And Miro, I have an interesting question. Let's say if Tan managed to draw this match, do you think tomorrow she will push for win very convincingly, or very
or she will be trying to be safe? It's hard to tell because I don't know her very much, like as personality. But I think from the match standpoint, it really makes sense to try to be aggressive. And my reason would be like this: if I win, and then say I made 2 draws with black, 1, 2 games with white, psychologically, okay, it's a very good score, but also I almost won the match psychologically, right? So that I can draw with you when I'm black and you cannot draw with me, like this kind of statement. But also if like something goes terribly wrong and I lose, it's not like the match is over, right?
Yes.
I still have my chances. And same if I'm trying to like make all draws till the end, there is still no guarantee. If I will be just like trying to play safely, maybe it's too early to play safely. It's like how many? 9 more games. Yeah, today, and then you have 9 more games. Are you sure you will make like 9 draws?
And maybe
It again depends on the player. Some players very safe. I'm thinking again from let's say top men players, like someone someone like Wesley So, for example. He wins one game, he will be like trying to make as many draws as possible, right?
yes.
Someone like I don't know, more aggressive players like Ferrugia, he will try to win maybe 5 in a row if he can. Like he's very aggressive, yeah. But from strategy standpoint, I think, yeah, like if she makes a draw today, then we can expect her being very aggressive, like not crazy, like not sacrificing everything from move 1, but be reasonably aggressive tomorrow.
And I think
Rook to d8 was
D8.
played.
yes. And I think what you mentioned very very good to me is I think if Tan Zhongyi played possibly the next white match, maybe she will try to defend all the rest of the game.
Yeah, and then you lose your kind of psychological
Yes.
advantage. So now, apart from, let's say, score is good, but also like it's clear the confidence advantage is on
Yes.
Tan Zhongyi. Whenever she plays fast, Wenjun spends more time and everything. And yes, and like if you start defending with white, then you give other player the signal that yes, I might be leading, but I'm also afraid of you, right?
Yes,
Yeah, I'm
yes.
also afraid of you. Even with white, I'm only trying to make a draw. Yes, and it goes back and forth. Like you have the confidence, that means I don't, and the opposite, right? So what does rook to d8 change? It's hard to tell, because again,
Yes.
computer lines that I see in this particular position do not make very much sense. It says white is slightly better, or maybe I should say white is the side who is trying to play, which is which is true. But also when you look at these moves, like bishop c7, then to e5, I don't know
Yes.
what it is. Yeah, bishop c7, rook d. Wait.
Yeah, but rook e8 is a trick here.
Rook e8, bishop d5.
Yes.
So there is some point to this bishop c7 move. Yeah.
Yes.
So rook d7. Wait a second. Can I?
Rook d7. Can I play some bishop c? Oh, sorry, bishop c6.
Yeah, I was thinking the same. Bishop c6 and then double attack, but it doesn't work. Yeah,
Yes.
you just take and you block with the rook.
Yeah. If you haven't got rook c8, it's I think white wins.
Yeah, that's a good. Then it's a very good trick.
Yes.
Bishop back to e5.
And the queen.
Queen g5, and we are again. It's like more or less the same. We are revolving around the same position.
Yes, and black is also not very afraid of bishop c8 to exchange the bishop, because rook e7. If you take, I take with rook. Yeah,
I guess bishop takes, rook takes. Yeah, no problem.
progress.
And sometimes, sometimes actually, now that I see this material, like rook, knight, queen, sometimes the bishop can be like stupid. All of a sudden, if like we start
Yes.
playing on light squares and this bishop, actually the computer still says like this one is equal, but I'm already a little bit nervous with white, maybe, right? Because there
Yes.
is also this little pin on the e file. So yeah, you're right. So she should not be afraid of any. And bishop, I don't know, it's our analysis board, so after rook d8 there was no move yet. After rook d8 there was no move yet. Down to 15 minutes. June down to 15 minutes. However, it's move 34, so today they are playing relatively fast and they'll reach the time control. I'm thinking it can be, in fact, it can be a very, very long game.
Yes.
It can be a very, very long game because it will be a lot of maneuvering with this material, and then maybe, I don't know, somehow queens exchange, or it can be just like you maneuver, at some point you say, okay, you know what, there is nothing, it's a draw. But if, let's say, white gets some slight chance, it can last for a very, very long time. But again, I'm looking at this and thinking, how can I possibly get some progress? The knight on f5 controls so many important squares. Yeah. So still, I somehow want to play G. Actually, is g4 here? Is wait, bishop c7 and rook f8. Bishop c7 and rook f8 is played. And now with the rook on f8, you can try rook d1 maybe.
Yes. Actually, why rook f8? Why can't decide to play rook f8?
So maybe she feels like it's important, or she wanted to defend the last rank, and also rook e8 was impossible. But now, let's say, I can see how you can get in trouble with black. You don't have to, but after rook e8, rook d1, I'm pretending that I want to take the pawn on d5. Maybe I do to take the pawn on d5.
Yes.
Queen g5 maybe, and queen f4. Let's say something like this. And then let's say we exchange. d5 is hanging.
Yes.
You go rook d8. White goes c4, d4, c5, and d pawn is moving, but c pawn is faster. Yeah. So and it's not like I had to blunder a rook to get in trouble with black. Like these are more or less logical moves. So yeah, rook f8 is a little bit inaccurate. And after rook d1, I have seriously, I have a question: how do you defend the pawn? Because look, now I'm checking with the computer, and for example, one of the lines that the computer gives for black is like what black has to do. It's the second best line, is to go queen e7.
So sorry.
Queen e7.
Queen e7, yeah.
Yeah. Queen takes, knight takes.
Bishop d6.
Bishop d6, rook e8, and basically just play this.
Bishop e7.
Bishop e7 and bishop d5. Yeah. Which could be a draw, I understand. Rook d7, c4, bishop takes. It could be a draw, but still, it's a position in the endgame, pawn down.
Yeah, so after rook f8, if white play rook d1, it seems...
It's actually unpleasant, yeah. It's actually quite unpleasant. So queen g5 is indeed probably the best you can do. But then white doesn't even have to play queen f4. Rook is now rook is very passive on f8.
Yes.
Yeah, so some king h2 is one option. So the trick, from what I understand, because it's not like I'm that clever. I just seen that computer plays this queen g5. First of all, let me try to understand. Bishop d5.
Knight e3, I think.
Knight e3, but even then, h4. Even this one is tricky. h4.
Yes.
Knight takes.
And take.
Pawn takes queen. Knight takes b4. cb4.
H takes g5.
hg5, b5, and then I get my pawn on b6. I mean, I understand. Maybe it's not winning, but it's a little bit scary, this one.
Yes.
Because the b pawn is, again, you will be very fast. Like you get it on b6, and the bishop from, actually, it actually looks very dangerous.
Very dangerous.
Very dangerous. Maybe you make a draw by, don't know, like exchanging one pawn and sacrificing and like making some fortress. But this is not what you want to do. The position was equal like a few moves ago. And this, according to this machine, it's the best line black has, queen g5. If not queen g5, black is in trouble.
So if you play queen g5, bishop d5, knight e3 is the best move?
Let me see. Yes, like anything else, white is just safely pawn up. So knight e3 is what absolutely black has to do. And then h4, and let me see if after h4 you have something else. Well, you have some strange looking move, queen g4, which I don't understand.
Yes, for example, I just exchange.
Yeah, I exchange it again.
You have
maybe
bishop g4.
Bishop g4, rook moves somewhere, knight d5, rook d5, but even this one, it's a pawn.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's maybe it's a draw, but it's like, 80 moves and white tries any possible setup. This is like, for black, this is your nightmare scenario. This is something you don't want to be defending.
Actually, I think last time Zhu Wenjun has a win against Lei Tingjie, some position like this.
Oh, maybe.
Yes, rook bishop and 4 pawns to rook bishop 3 pawns with opposite color bishop.
Yeah.
In game 6 or 7, something like this.
So after rook d1, it's not that easy to come up with.
Maybe black is a pawn down, maybe.
Yeah, that's the feeling. Like I'm checking all this engine like lines. Most of them, it's like this or that position where black is pawn down. He has compensation, but still, like the game goes on, and so it's a huge progress for white compared to how position looked some 10 moves ago.
So this is kind of some magic from top players.
Yeah.
It always happens. Sometimes we sort the position, we are just a hold, and it's totally equal. But a few moves, even you don't think it's important.
Yeah, exactly. As we said, like it doesn't matter where this rook moves, and it turns out yes, like if you think when, like rook
f8
after bishop b7, right? I think we were analyzing rook a2, which I'm now checking with the computer is the best move.
Yes.
And then already rook d8, maybe we can say a little bit imprecise, and then after bishop c7, rook f8. Even though computer doesn't show much of a difference, but in human terms it's a mistake.
Yes.
Right,
yes.
it's a mistake because then after rook d1, did Tan play a move? Not yet, no. After rook d1, it's an unpleasant situation again.
Yes.
You would not know for sure which is like holdable, which is not, right? I mean, we had this rook endgame pawn down, we had the opposite colored pawn down, and now you have, all of a sudden you have to decide which worst position should I go for. And also, as you told me, and probably I know myself as well, that Zhu Wenjun normally is very good in technical positions.
Yes.
Normally, she is very good in technical positions.
And actually, I think the last 2 moves, rook d8, rook f8, 2 moves, 4 times, she rushed too quickly. Maybe she wants because she see Zhu Wenjun's time is very low. Maybe I need to play quickly and
to put some pressure, right? But it's not for long. It's like move 36, so it's 4 more moves for Zhu Wenjun. Now I think if you want to try something, you probably try this queen g5. Queen g5.
Queen g5. Or maybe you go queen e7 and 2 rooks 3 pawns.
Queen e7. This one
pawns.
also. Queen e7. What's interesting after queen e7, maybe white can actually.
Don't play that bishop e7.
Bishop d6. I see there is like one more line. Wait. If I don't play bishop d6, if I just keep the bishop on c7, black rook is quite passive. So can it be that just like these guys, they play the endgame like some f3 g4 or f4 g4. Yeah. Maybe bishop c8 is what they want. Yeah. Or bishop c8 is. So if I go f3, is bishop c8 or no?
Yeah,
bishop
I think
c8.
bishop.
Bishop c8, bishop d5. What I'm talking. It's same like pawn up situation.
Yes.
Which black, again, we agreed that black probably holds, but you don't want to be playing this. Unpleasant situation for Tan. Definitely unpleasant. And I think now we will wait for, let's say, for them to reach move 40, and only then we will make another break today. So that's very, very normal, like to wait for the time control. So maybe another long, almost definitely another long game today.
Yes.
Because Zhu Wenjun will feel that she has a chance, and of course, will try to do maximum.
Actually, I think Zhu Wenjun's body language shows she felt she had some chances, because like 1 hour ago, she almost
Yeah, she was almost
slept,
almost sleeping at the board. Yeah.
Yes, and now she's sitting up and very focused on the game.
Yeah, it's so interesting because, look, I mean, we can first of all, like we can read part of it, but also you never know if your opponent kind of playing with you, like
Yes.
gives you this impression that he's not or she is not interested, and in fact, like waiting for you to make a mistake.
Yes.
Because it worked on Zhongyi. She was not forced to even get to this position, right? Okay, let's see if she finds
Queen g5.
Queen g5 or
Because
what.
here, if black play some move like rook e8, even bishop d5 is possible.
Yeah, you take d5, plain
Yeah.
and simple. Yeah, bishop takes, rook takes. There is one check on e8, on e1, and you go to h2.
And nothing
It's
happens.
just a pawn up.
Yes.
Just a pawn up. Out of nowhere, yeah, it's almost impossible to save the pawn.
Yes. So this bishop a6, bishop b7 move looks really good, I think.
Yeah, in practical terms, it was very tricky. There is another funny tactic in this particular position. If black wants to go knight e7 instead of queen e7, if black goes knight e7, computer found this. Actually, let's check this line because I thought it's absolutely c4 is what computer recommends.
Yes.
D takes c4, bishop d8.
Ah, bishop d8. Wow.
Yeah,
this-
bishop d8, the pin from this side, and like any sort of knight c6, you can always take f8 with a check.
Yes.
So black goes rook e8,
Queen b5.
and you go queen b5.
And, oh,
and
this is yes.
This is brilliant, and rook
yeah.
f8,
Queen
and
c5.
we cannot really. Oh wait, for some reason queen c5 is also possible. Strange, it kind of repeats, and eventually in this position it goes bishop e4, which probably impossible to find, and then plays for some sort of, I don't even know, like what is
Yes.
this?
But
Bishop with
let's
some
say-
zugzwang or something.
Let's say something. Human make a human move. For example, I play queen c5,
Yeah,
rook
queen
e8,
c5,
and
rook e8.
bishop c6.
Yeah. Why not this? Let me see. Yeah, queen c5, rook e8, bishop c6, bishop d7. Wow,
Oh,
tactics.
oh, this.
Bishop d7.
Whoa,
And like, it's almost impossible to believe that it works.
yeah, yes.
Because like I can take so many different pieces, but bishop e7, it's queen c6, queen runs away, and if bishop d7, rook
Rook
d8,
d8,
rook
yeah.
runs away. Yeah, if rook d7, then you can actually take c6.
Queen
Yeah,
c6,
queen
yes.
c6.
Oh.
Tan went queen g5 in meantime.
Yes. Oh, I really like this knight e7
Yeah, this tricks, but
line.
all this line starting with c4, bishop d8, it's, of course, it's very hard to find. Yeah, knight e7 is not very human move, it's very
Yes.
passive.
Queen g5.
So queen to g5.
Actually, Miro, I really want to know what is after bishop e4 because sorry,
in that line, why this
why
bishop e4
this
was
is-
working? This is a mystery.
Here
Looks like
here I want to go queen c5, bishop rook e8, and bishop e7. You have some,
yeah. You're threatening a checkmate this way.
yeah. So
Right, you're threatening a checkmate this way. So that's why, let's say g6, queen c5, rook e8, and it's it's absolutely computer line. Bishop c2, and then probably from a4 you are
Whoa.
getting there. No, so this is like almost impossible.
yes,
Even here, they go queen g5, you trade the queens, you go bishop a4, and it
Rook
could
d8.
be a fortress. I don't know. No, probably white is winning.
yes, probably
Check, king g7.
Even
Actually,
this,
even this one's hard to tell.
yes,
Maybe you exchange one pawn somewhere, like go g4. And so a game of chess has fantastic amount of resources for both sides, right? Okay, after queen g5. We said it looks very pleasant for white.
yes.
The question is what to prefer, because you have this queen f4 and almost automatic
We are forcing
endgame. Yeah.
Yes.
Queen f4, wait, let me see. Yes, looks like black is pretty much forced to exchange. And then it all ends up being 97, bishop d6, blah, blah, blah. So there is queen f4. There is a move like king h2. But then it's just king h2, black gets the chance to play rook e8. So I think
yes.
queen f4 is like a serious try. At least you're like winning some material.
Yes, and I think it's very hard for white to find bishop d5 because bishop d5 knight e3 is very easy.
Yeah, it's very easy to kind of stop calculating here at all. Right?
Yes.
I mean, knight e3, too many things hanging.
Yes, and you will not try to find h4 in less than 10 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. Because if you exactly like in a position like this, if you blunder something, you can also lose.
Yes.
Right. I mean, after this queen a4 line, okay, bad thing that happened to you, you're not winning with an extra pawn. Okay. Yeah, this bishop d5 knight e3 thing, it's much sharper.
Yes.
So let's say queen f4, black exchanges, maybe includes g5. You go somewhere to maybe c7.
Yes, can go c7.
And then it goes knight e7.
So maybe
bishop d6,
rook e8,
d8, exchange on e7, bishop d5, and not even rook d7. It actually likes to take.
Yes, take.
Takes, check, king h2, and something, rook c1 or rook
d3
c1,
or c5. I'm not sure which. Wenjun goes to try.
And I believe this is like, this should be a draw, this endgame, but also it's incredibly tricky.
Yes.
Especially like if white gets the king on e3, there have been examples of like white winning without much effort. So the c pawn is like, if it was a3 pawn and rook is on a1, then we are more or less relaxed. We know that this is how to make this draw, right? With the c3 pawn, it's kind of close to the king. Let's see. It's one more tough decision for Wenjun before the time control. 7 minutes left, and indeed she has options. She has this queen f4. She has very complex tactical line with this bishop d5.
Yes.
Maybe she has something else. Like even if she plays, say, pass, king h2. Okay, black goes rook e8, but the game continues, right? It's not like the game's over.
Yes.
Can I go g4 here? Knight h4.
So here g4, can I go queen e7?
Queen e7.
Yeah, but
queen e7 is possible. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
But maybe it's a useless
E7.
move, but because you can play queen b6.
Queen b6, knight h4. So basically, computer says g4 is not such a big achievement. So
Yes.
it's perfectly happy. g4, knight h4, and maybe my king is getting into some checks.
Yeah. For example, if you go f4, maybe I can go, I'm not sure, but knight f3, king g3, queen h4. I have too much counterplay on king side. Or maybe
Yeah, you're right. Knight f3, and it's actually black is winning, actually.
Yes. Too much on the king side.
Yeah, but even intuitively, look, like these two bishops restrict the rook, but our king is almost alone on g1. So even by intuition, I want to exchange the queens so that the king is safe. So all this, queen f4, queen, I don't know. Is queen g4 a move? Because computer doesn't give, because of queen e7 maybe, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, you just return back to e7.
Yeah, so queen. Oh, and Zhu Wenjun takes on
Takes
d5.
on d5, wow. This is
Wow.
very cool. Now, finally, computer is a little bit useful. I will not show the lines. I'll just say that if black doesn't play knight e3, white is almost winning. It's +1 something.
Yeah.
So Tang absolutely has to find knight e3.
And knight e3.
And after knight e3,
h4 is forced, I think.
h4, well, not like forced, but this is your only chance of,
Yeah.
because your second best line is to take on e3, and
the
then
bishop
black takes on d5, and this is impossible to believe white is even better, right? I mean, with
yeah.
queens on the board, why would you play this?
And I think Zhu Wenjun played bishop d5 because she saw h4. Because knight e3, if you...
Knight e3, it's clear. Like, yeah,
Yes,
queen g5, my idea is to like trick you.
Yes. Or h4.
After h4, what are the options? After h4, there are two. This knight d5
yes, but
that we were looking at. Yeah.
Yes, because I want to say after knight d5, I take, and you take h takes g5, and if I play b5, actually I haven't found any defense move after b5. I will go b6, rook a1, rook a7. I haven't found
So
any.
bishop f5.
If I go b6.
b6, bishop e4.
Rook. Rook a1.
Probably rook a8, rook
Yeah.
a1, rook a8.
So.
I suspect, you know what? I suspect it will be a draw because the line is like this. After bishop f5, you don't go b6, you go f3.
Yes.
Preventing the bishop from going to a long diagonal. g4, b6, bishop c8. And I'm thinking if you take g4, again, they go bishop b7, so maybe you go rook a1, gf3.
You want to...
I just wanted to, like, sacrifice the bishop for the last. But it's still tricky, though. Still tricky.
Still...
Bishop d6 here. Rook e8, rook a8.
Yes.
Some like really tricky tactic.
Really tricky.
King h7. gf3.
Yeah. Because now b7 you have.
b7 you have a check and bishop takes, and and the rook on 8 is hanging. So king h7, you take gf3, check on e1, king f2, and bishop b7. What?
And the rook e6 next move.
Bishop b7, rook a7, rook e6.
But if I play bishop c7?
I don't understand. Yeah, I think white is probably winning. I mean, it's not sure about, let's say you move the bishop, b7, bishop takes, rook takes. Maybe this is like not easy to win. Like they put the pawn on f6, and try to defend this one, but also it's a piece up, right?
Yes, yes.
It's like, so even if you somehow struggle to win it, it's not the reason black should go for this variation.
Yeah.
So again, knight e3, h4, and the other option was this queen g4 when we still had queen g4, queen takes g4. Bishop takes g4.
I go rook and anywhere.
Rook on the d file, yes. Knight takes bishop. Rook takes knight. I don't know. I mean, it's not like with pawn on c5. I would be even more depressed. With pawn on c3, maybe I go bishop e6, and it's hard to go c4. But still.
Actually, I think this is really not easy for black to make a draw.
Because you put the bishop on d4,
Yes, and F.
and you start f3, g4, h5, eventually some g5 somewhere.
Yes.
So you try to create the second weakness. Yeah, in practical game, it's very unpleasant position. It's a very, very unpleasant position for a practical game. Let's see. Let's see it. Moreover, Tan did not reply after bishop d5. So could it be that she had some plan and then realized, oh wait, it doesn't work? So what else can you do? Not much.
Yes.
So
let's say knight h4 is maybe the
knight h4, yeah, like something you could hope for, but then white just moves the bishop, the light square bishop, back to b7, for example.
Oh, sorry. Bishop
Or to
b7.
e4, yeah, bishop b7, and why can't we take on h3? Because bishop g3.
Ah, yes.
Also a little bit,
Yes,
a
I
little
learned
bit funny tactic. Yeah, bishop g3 attacking both pieces on the h file. But again, like it's not the only line after knight h4.
Yeah.
You can do this. You can take. You can go bishop f4 maybe, and it's also almost +1.
Yes.
So that means, like when Tan went for this position, it's unlikely that she was thinking about knight h4. I think knight e3, knight e3 h4, and now she's trying to decide if it's worth playing. I mean, she kind of has to go knight e3. All the rest is really bad.
I think actually it's easy to miss h4 after knight e3. If I consider the move queen g5 and I saw bishop d5, I have knight e3. Maybe I finished my calculation here.
Yeah, because I attack. Seems like I attack too many pieces, and even after knight d5, I'm threatening the queen. Yeah.
Yes, yes. Because this is why, because bishop f4 is
bishop f4 would have won, but then you say, wait, but I take on d5 and I'm threatening the queen. Yeah.
h4, yeah.
Knight d5.
So after knight d5, take knight b4, c b4. Black is not easy to make b4,
apparently rook c8 is a very important move to defend.
Yes.
So it doesn't take g5 but goes rook c8. But then and then activates the if bishop f4, rook c4.
Yes, bishop, yeah.
And if bishop d8.
Yes, so bishop d8.
No, bishop d8 is still a pawn, right?
Yes.
It's still a pawn. Rook b8, rook d4,
Rook d4.
g5, bishop g5. And again, computer says it's point 2, like almost nothing happened, but it's a pawn, yeah. And you will still somehow find this way of like put the bishop on c5 and start moving the kingside pawns. So it's still chances, still very long game and still very unpleasant defense for Zhongyi. 18 minutes left for 3 moves, and not a time trouble yet, but needs to make a decision, or rather needs to find knight e3. Like any other move is really bad.
Yes.
Why is bishop d5 so bad? I'm trying to understand. Bishop d5, rook d5. It says plus 1.3 because it's an extra pawn. I guess there is like no.
Yes.
Not like there is some tactic or something.
And no too much a tactic.
Yeah, somehow, yeah. Queen c1, king h2, and king is super safe.
Yes, and you even cannot play knight h4. My queen is on b4, so yeah. Maybe your knight is not easy to find.
Yeah, actually, yeah. If you give this check, then the knight is like almost in trouble. Yes. Queen c2 somehow, yeah. This is how the line goes: queen c2, queen to c5.
Knight
h4, bishop g3, knight g6, and you go rook d7. And again, the knight is completely restricted. White is dominating. Yeah, I think this is like you put the queen on d5, c4, queen d5, and the c pawn just goes. Yeah, this is a very bad scenario. No, absolutely needs to play knight a3, otherwise there is no chance. There is no chance to defend. But yeah, you're right. I mean, you miss h4, and then after knight e3, h4, you have like these two options: knight d5 or queen g4. Knight d5 again. It's calculating from afar. It's very hard to see this intermediate. Remember this knight d5 and then rook c8 move. It's almost like.
And even rook c8 still white has.
And still white is the one playing. Yeah. It's incredible how Zhou and Zhu out of like equal position in 10 moves outplayed Tanzania.
Actually, I think it's really impressed. I think Zhu and Zhu played this move really makes me sort of curb off. Yeah, really, really good.
Really nice. Almost like a computer precision. Like these moves that individually you think, okay, it doesn't make much sense. Okay, I attack the rook and this and this and that. Oops, rook d1, and black has no moves. So after knight e3.
In h4, Miro, I want to know what advantage computer gives if I play queen d5. I know this is a very.
This is a good question. Queen d5, rook
I try
d5,
to go for draw.
d5.
And okay, you go queen a5.
a5, I guess.
Okay, I take rook c8.
Takes rook c8 and some. What's interesting? It doesn't even go rook c8. It goes h5 first. Maybe.
Yes. h5. I think it's important.
h5. 1 plus 1.3, 1.2. It could be a fortress. Sometimes, like if this is the evaluation, it needs, of course, more investigation, so to speak. Like we will need to look more into this position. Yeah. With or without h5, maybe you're right. Maybe rook c8 is also an option, like rook c8, queen e5, and just like wait somehow. That's a good. It could be a good practical choice, in the sense that these other endgame positions, it's very hard. It can be just lost, right?
Yeah.
Okay, computer says it's very little advantage, but when you are calculating, you can be scared. This can look like a fortress to you. And also, when you mentioned this queen d5, I'm thinking rook takes, knight takes. Probably not in this position. Sometimes I would prefer to keep the knight, right? But now the bishop is very strong. Like in some cases, like I would just like go rook c8, let's say.
Something like that.
Yeah, maybe. But still, yeah. I think knight c7 you need to play.
Yes, because white can put the.
And this way you will attack. Yeah, we will attack g7, and I will not really be able to hold everything.
Yes, and after knight c7, this is and I mean, sorry, h5 first. Maybe difficult to tell it's a win or draw here.
Yeah. Like I understand. Like if you give black time, it will be some g6.
Yes.
Rook c8 and maybe rook c4 and just hold the fourth rank also, so that you can. It's hard to play h3 g4.
Yes.
Yeah. Meanwhile, knight e3 and h4 is on the board.
Yes.
Knight e3 and h4 is on the board. H4 played without hesitation from Zhu Wenjun. Understandable. That's her pretty much only chance for advantage. And now a choice for Tan Zhongyi.
Yes.
Two computer lines: knight d5 or queen g4. Or the line that we thought may be interesting, queen takes d5. Yeah, and there is no move number 4. Queen h5. Okay, maybe actually we have to mention there is queen h5, but then yeah, bishop f3.
Bishop f3. It's
knight g4, rook d4. White is absolutely dominating.
yes. So I think maybe we can say Wenjun is not performing good in the first game and the second game, especially in second game. But today I think Wenjun show why she wins 4 times.
Yeah, why she's a world champion for 4 times. Yeah.
Yes.
And again, this is such an important game also for confidence, right? If she wins something like this from like relatively equal position,
yes,
then it's absolutely different match. Yeah.
I think even if this game is not Wenjun not win this game, she also gain some confidence because she played.
That's like
really
shows that I can outplay. Yeah, I can
Yes.
outplay. Even if it's today, it's not enough. Right.
yes.
But at least like that, my opponent also makes mistakes. You get a lot of this understanding.
So it's I think it's a good signal because Zhongyi already showed she is in good form the last game and especially the end game in game 2, and now another player
Also shows, yeah. But
Also
I'm also
shows-
in a good form. Yeah.
yes, and actually knight. Sorry, I want to say knight d5. Maybe I have queen f8.
Queen f8. I was
but,
thinking, but it's
yes,
somehow
I can
not
take on
clear. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
white is not worse, right?
Yes.
I mean, you just take h6. You're not worse, but also
maybe this and
a nice trick, by the way. Check.
yeah, because I can take on.
You take the h pawn. But maybe knight d5
yeah,
and
but
somehow it
still-
attacks.
okay, knight b5 maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Knight b5. Stops it.
Yeah, but still, here are still a lot of tricks.
Mm-hmm.
Both players need to be careful.
Yeah, but all those lines that we were looking at, let's say forcing lines, even in the end game, there is like a lot of like subtle moves, a lot of intermediate moves, and so it will be exciting
Yeah.
end games to watch. Unless it's like only one extra pawn and opposite colors, then it's of course it'll be a
Yeah.
very long one.
So
Let's see.
So let's see. Both players are now getting better and better in their performance. So maybe the match will be. We can expect more interesting games will be happen in the.
Kind of next
Next
games,
big
and
games.
especially, who knows, like in the second part of the match anyway, somebody will have to be like very aggressive. Yeah, queen g4
Yes,
was
queen G4.
played. Now
Queen g4 seems like
you
it,
have a choice, but maybe it leads to the same position. You can take on g4, or you can go rook d4. In fact, rook d4, knight takes d5, only move.
yes.
Rook takes g4,
Knight
knight b4,
yes,
and
knight
rook b4.
But this, can I play rook c8? But bishop e5, yes,
yeah, rook
before I
c4, it's a
can rook-
check,
rook
rook
b8.
c8, and move, and move
Move
it to
anywhere,
somewhere. Yeah.
yes.
So that eventually we get bishop d4 and we get this set up.
Yes.
Okay, so queen g4 is move number 38.
And
We need
Wenjun
two
playing-
more moves, two more moves to reach the time control.
Yes, queen g4 played by Wenjun.
Uh-huh. So queen takes, bishop takes, needs to be played. And then, it doesn't matter, like you move, there is no other option. Yeah, so we are forcingly getting this position with the rook on d5. Which means a very long game for us,
Yes.
because that's one of those positions that I don't remember who said rook d3, by the way, already on the board. Yeah, knight takes, rook takes, and we reach move 40. Somebody said this. It's like you can only like survive until your opponent offers you a draw. You cannot make a draw,
Yeah.
right? In some positions, like making a draw means like you have some proactive plan of exchanging this or doing. Here, like white gets some setup and will torture you for many, many, many moves. Yeah, rook a8, rook a8,
and because of this position, you cannot exchange the bishops. You cannot exchange the rooks. I mean, white can easily avoid this. So it will last
so you
long.
will be you'll be just like you will get some setup without too much active counterplay.
Yes.
Yeah, and then so the question is, do you have to rush with any of the, like, for instance, here you can play f3, you can play h5, or you can play any move, anything like king h2 or bishop b6 or bishop e5, whatever. Yeah, so I would be asking myself, like, f3, probably they cannot stop me from playing f3. h5 is something, maybe h5, like if I have the time, maybe I think, do I want to kind of push h5 right now? But maybe there is like some tactical problem with h5. I guess not.
Or maybe h5. I can go f5. I'm not sure. To force you to exchange one pawn.
Yeah, f3. Let's say bishop takes, rook takes. Yeah,
and
it's more or less similar. Yeah, bishop g6. I was hoping that maybe I will get to attack g7, but you can put the rook on the seventh rank with black. Yeah, I guess since this is move 41, our players getting increment. So we see Wenjun has 4 minutes, but in fact it's 34. Right, and we didn't take a break after 3 hours. Maybe it's time for us to do it now. So to get some, I don't know, some water and so on. It will be a long game, ladies and gentlemen, so if you're planning to watch this endgame till the end, maybe, let's take a little break altogether, and then we will continue after a few more minutes. Even after the time trouble, she's not, because very often players who are short on time, they would like make move 40 and go walk or something. She's so concentrated, she feels that she has a chance.
So actually, I think we never seen Wenjun walk the round in this match.
Yeah, yesterday there was one, not yesterday, but the previous game, right, the day before yesterday, there was one moment when she was not at the board, but maybe just went somewhere. But she's not walking too often. Yeah, she sits at the board. She's trying to concentrate, and she's about to.
Yes, so
looked like she was about to make a move.
So Ju, we have a few social media questions from your fans around the world. The first one is, what was the biggest breakthrough that helped you reach the next level?
I think big breakthrough is maybe the 2008 that I first became an Olympic gold, not gold, but Olympic member. And then in the next year, I won this World Teams Championship. We won, like China. And I think in 2008 is maybe the first time I feel that I could possibly be a very strong chess player.
If you could play a chess match against any legendary player from history, who would it be?
Probably Magnus Carlsen, but he will beat me. Like, but it's like.
What advice can the two elite players offer to young girls getting into chess in regard to having face and overcome sexism?
Well, I think that when you're young, that it doesn't matter you are a boy or a girl, and you start in playing chess, so you just try to play with with logical chess ideas and with where it fits your style. So it's I think when it's when you're young, they are not playing so like huge different. They maybe their level are about similar, like they were young. Yes.
Yeah. And have you ever been friends with Tan off the board? If so, what memories have you made?
Yes, actually, she and I were in the same year, so we know each other for quite a long time. And I think back many years ago, and in Beijing, we were like kind of grow up together, and I think she is very, she's a strong chess player since she was young, and also she likes social a lot, and also she is a very good and reliable teammate. Yes. And also, okay, when we were young, we were, very know each other well. So.
Did you ever hang out outside of chess?
Yeah. I think when, like going out for a restaurant, and also maybe when it's a tournament of playoff day, or not playoff, the rest day, or it's a finish or something, we go out like this. Yes.
It's nice. You've defended your title multiple times. What has been your biggest challenge in staying at the top, and how do you stay motivated?
Well, I think I just try to, every match is there, and forget the past, and just try to focus in the current tournament. And also, I think it is important that you keep the passion for chess, and just concentrate in chess.
I am joined today by Tan Zhongyi, challenger to the FIDE Women's World Championship 2025. Tan, we are here 7 years later. This time you are playing as the challenger. How do you think you've grown as a player since your last match against you?
This time I'm just a whole lot more confident because last time I won the World Championship pretty much out of good luck. And between the championship to the point that I defended the title, I did not have a lot of time to prepare. But this time I earned the challenger position with the good work from me and my team. So that's why this time it's just much better prepared.
And you did earn it very convincingly at the candidates. How quickly did you start your preparation after winning the candidates?
My preparation is a combination of tournament play and the chess work at home. So therefore, to me, that's the most effective way for me. It's different from other players who would just stay at home behind closed doors doing all of those work.
And what else did your preparations entail outside of chess?
Okay, so physical exercise is certainly a big part of this. Knowing that the championship is going to be a very intensive, highly contested match, and the stamina is very, very important.
You mentioned that you are feeling quite confident and calm going into this compared to the last match. Do you think your experience as being a world champion before gives you more of a confidence than any previous challenges had with you?
That sounds like a very interesting point. I never thought about comparing me with other challengers, and I believe that everybody has their own challenge, and everybody needs to deal with their own challenge. I'm dealing with mine.
And what qualities do you think you have of a world champion?
I don't feel that there is certain kind of quality that you work on the quality before you become world champion. It's usually when you become world champion, people look at you and trying to find some qualities that they can attribute to your championship. If you ask me what is my very standout quality, I would say that I never give up.
And then how would you compare your playing style to Ju's?
So a lot of people think that I and Zhu Wenjun are very different players. Actually, I don't think so. We are both very, very practical players, trying to do things to get the best results. It's just the way of being practical is manifested in different ways. Some people think that she is very resilient and very difficult to break, but certainly everybody is breakable.
Oh. And you've already mentioned that getting here to challenge the title was hard-earned, hard-fought by winning the candidates. What would it mean for you to win the championship?
This is nothing less and nothing more than a world championship. Certainly, I have won world championship in the knockout format, and this is the opportunity for me to win it in the match format. So to me, I take this as a new challenge, and I really like new challenges.
And let's talk about chess in China, especially women's chess. You've long dominated chess, starting from Zhongyi, Hou Yifan, now Zhu Wenjun. You're challenging again. Why do you think chess is so popular in China, and what makes women's chess so strong here?
Chinese female players have got to this position for a lot of reasons. Mainly the environment is very conducive for our development because the Chinese women are more independent, they have more opportunity, and for example, in the top 4 players in the world, that they are all Chinese, and one of the youngest of the 4 is Lei Tingjie, and she is already 28 years old. The other 3 are even older. And it is very likely that in other countries that female players at this age, they probably are already mothers with a lot of mother responsibility. So they don't get to this position not because they are lacking talent, it's because they have made other choices, give priorities to other things as a female. That's what I think.
my final question to you is, this is the spotlight of chess, this match. You have supporters all around the world. Do you have a message for them?
I certainly hope that I can provide stably high quality games. I know that with the match at such a high stake, sometimes it's not very easy to generate very high quality games. So it is my hope that for this whole match of 12 games, I can have a couple of games that people can say that's really excellent games.
Thank you so much, Tan, and good luck for the match. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to Game 3 of Women's World Championship Match 2025. And we continue after a break after players reached the time control. In fact, now we have 47 moves played. Wenjun is up a pawn in the opposite colored bishop's endgame with the rooks, so some chances to win, and we expect a very, very long game, of course. So let's get back to the station on the board. Rook 8. It was last time we saw the position, right? So a few more moves being played since then.
Yes, we have discussed about h5 here or not to play with white, and in the game, Wenjun decided not to play h5 immediately.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So
And here, bishop b6.
bishop b6, getting the bishop to d4.
Yes, and bishop e6, rook d6, king f8, bishop d4, king e7, rook b6, g6, king h2, h5, king g3, rook a5, and the position last long here. And during the break, I asked some grandmaster and about the position, what he thought about when this position we have three moves here: queen d5, queen g4, and knight d5.
Yeah.
Yes, and he said this position he thought queen g4 is the I don't want to say the worst move, but the most difficult way to try to make a draw.
Interesting.
Yes, I will show what he thought about it. First, knight d5 and take knight b4 here and rook c8.
It's very important. Yeah.
Yes, because we can exchange one more pawn, and maybe this is better for black to hold the draw.
Hold the position. Yeah, yeah.
Yes, and even queen d5, and he thought that this is leads to a draw.
Even queen d5 maybe is like a sort of a fortress. Yeah.
Yes.
Interesting.
And after rook a8, we thought about f3 when before to the break, and Wenjun played the bishop b6, and he said maybe what she wants to do is to play king h2, king g3, king f4 first, and
then f3, g4.
Yes, because f2 pawn can stop you to play rook a2, and then have some threat on
the second rank. Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
And this is what she's doing, it seems. Like she brings the king to f4 now in our game. Yeah.
Yes.
King f4. Yeah, the bishop on d4 is great. It defends f2. And one thing is like you can try f3, g4. The other thing is if you somehow manage to get the king to like b4 or something, maybe you will try push the c pawn.
Yes.
Yeah. It's of course like long way from reality for now, but So basically what you want is to destabilize, like why now black is like very solid. Like the bishop defense spawns, the rook stops you, prevents you from advancing further. But once you manage to, let's say, force black to do something with this position, maybe you're actually making progress.
And now Tan Zhongyi played king d7.
So she will be, I guess, will be waiting like this. That means king d7, e7, let's say, and rook will be on the 5th rank. And she will try to say, you cannot really make progress. This will be interesting to see.
Yes. I think put the rook on a5 is really a good decision.
Yeah, it's a good square on a5, indeed. And again, I'm thinking, imagine like black leaves and then white somehow gets the rook on the 5th rank. And then f3, g4 is already much more serious, right? f3, g4, pressure on h5. If you take, then I get the second passed pawn on the h file. Yeah, like f3, g4, let's say black was just waiting, h5, and who knows, maybe like this white can actually win.
Yes. I agree with this h-pawn play forward. So rook on a5 stops this plan. At least you, for example, you play the, even if you play f3, g4, I can just
wait for now.
Yes.
Yeah. Wait, and if you take h5, rook h5, and still everything is very solid for black.
Yes.
So that means white will have to look for some like other ways. Maybe the rook on b6 is not doing much. Now I'm thinking, not clear where I want it to be.
Yes. First we can try king to b4 and the c4 idea.
Yeah, if it doesn't, like we get the king to b4 and c4 is not good, we can always return. This is the truth about this position, that white shouldn't rush with any of the plans, right?
Yes.
And should just like pretend that I want this, and then maybe you react, maybe you do something stupid like, okay, nobody is going to play f5, but imagine like I forced you to play f7, f5, yeah, and then, wow, okay, now I'm like winning.
Yes.
f5, king g5 will be big disaster. So white will be trying to provoke something.
But now I still have a question. How can white put his king to b4?
Mm-hmm.
If black just wait.
If black just wait, maybe there is no way. No, actually, what I was thinking, if I put the bishop on e5, somehow to get like bishop on e5, king g5. What do I need for this?
Yeah, but
also bishop e5, you can always give me a check. And
yes.
I cannot go forward. I will have to block with the bishop.
And even if you play bishop e5, king g5 is
king g5 is
not.
No, I was thinking like put the bishop on e5, rook on, defend it with the rook from, let's say, e2, e3, something, king g5. But then again, it's not clear what I want.
Yes.
It's not clear what I want. So,
but
yeah, I think I need to prepare this h3, g4 thing. Maybe this is the only kind of real plan.
Yes, but I want to say if I can put my king, for example, if bishop e5 and then I put I play rook b1, rook e1, and king g5, just if you let my king
to f6. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, you play bishop e5 and, okay, and then
for example,
black, yeah, just.
Like
this
I
is
put my king here.
Probably a big improvement, right?
Yes.
This is probably a big improvement. And one of the things would be like you put the bishop on d4, and then in some positions also like sacrificing exchange and taking the g6 pawn could be an idea.
Yes. Let's show it.
Yeah.
For example, like this.
And again, we don't know if it's like really winning or not, but this changes the position, and white again obviously cannot lose, and maybe has some winning chances. Wenjun for now plays g2, g3, after which check happen and king e3. And back to a5. So indeed,
Yes.
Zhongyi will be just waiting. It's a good question.
Maybe Zhongyi goes rush her rook back to a5 because in game 2 Wenjun played the rook f5.
Rook f5 and this rook got stuck here.
Yes.
Okay, rook b4. At least, you know, maybe it's not for real, but I'm imitating that I want this idea with c4 and asking you to react in some way. And then let's say black decides, let's go rook a3 so that c4 is not happening, and then white says, okay, now I can control the 5th rank. Yeah, so this is something that usually is done in this kind of endgames. Yeah, I think maybe white is a little bit unlucky that the pawn is on h4, right? From in the like when we get to this endgame, because we would probably want g4, like h3, g4 somewhere, and then we can disturb all this, like black's king side. But yeah, h4 was very important tactical move some 15 moves ago. So
Yes.
you cannot really not play h4.
And actually, I think it's the only move so far in 3 games which needs a lot of calculations in the position in the position of h4 in the middle game.
Yeah.
And after rook b4, now
Like how real is c4 idea? Let's say if I say go rook f5, c4, rook a5, and pretend that I don't care.
and maybe if you put your rook on a5, I can go c5 and my king now.
Now I actually rook will defend the bishop. Bishop defends both pawns. Maybe now I have this idea of getting the king to f4, g5, f6.
Yes.
Yeah. Actually, yeah, it's not like absolutely safe. It's not absolutely safe. So something maybe needs to be done about this c4, c5. And for the first time, maybe, Wenjun is leaving the board. Again, so black would be very happy to exchange the rooks, but how do you achieve this? Yeah, it's almost impossible.
Yes. If black managed to exchange the rook, it's very easy for black to make the draw.
Make a draw, yeah.
Yes.
But how do you do it? Yeah, it looks like c4 is happening, right? If c4 is almost, or maybe just unstoppable.
Yes. And the plan is c4, c5, and move the king to your side, side in, and even if I don't put rook on b4, I can after c5 I can put my bishop on e3. So my rook is free after my king.
So the logic is like this: we get the pawn to c5,
yes,
and then king f4, bishop e3.
Yes,
and then let's say king e5. Okay, I have this computer thing, the engine, right? And let me make all these moves. So we will see how dangerous it is if white gets, let's say, the king to e5, yeah? So here, 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 how did we, rook a6, and let's say king e5. Well, it increases. It's not like not winning yet, but it increases white's advantage to almost +1.
Yes.
To almost +1.
I have a lot of threats here. First, maybe king f6, and maybe later I will take on f7 to exchange your bishop and pawn. Also f3, g4.
Yeah, maybe actually I said king e5, maybe king g5 because it's
Yes.
it's like almost the same, but also supports g4 in some cases. Yeah. So white has some plan which black has to oppose in this way or another, otherwise. But this is how you lose these endgames, I think, because I mean it doesn't mean that she will that Tan Zhongyi will lose it, but this is very like normal way of losing it because like you set up which is sort of a fortress and now you have to react.
Yes.
And you never know, should you, let's say, go for this or for that? It's too long to calculate with the rook. Without the rooks, what's better for these opposite colored bishops, that it's like, you know, you plan and you just know, okay, you calculate it from afar, I'm 2 pawns down, but I block it, it's a draw, right?
Yeah.
And then you just know, there is no like forcing sequences, there is almost like no tactic. Here, anytime you miss one like little check and it can be deadly. Bishop d5. We can play c4 now. Yes? Yeah.
Yes.
Bishop d5.
I think the point of bishop d5 for Tan Zhongyi is go bishop c6.
Bishop c6, yes.
Yes. And let's say after c5, if I play rook a6, and now king f4 is a bad move because I have rook a4.
Rook a4 exchanging. Yeah.
Yes. Or maybe after you play c5, I play rook a4. It's
you can give
yeah.
a check and play rook a4. Right?
Yes.
Yeah, maybe the easiest. So I probably cannot play c5 because now after c5 it's
yeah, you maybe you just the rook is already exchanged.
c5 check, king f4, rook a4. Yeah. This is a draw. So, okay, I go c4, then bishop c6, and maybe move the rook away first to like b something, b2.
b2. If I go rook a4 here.
Rook a4, then c5. Yes.
Yes, maybe rook d2, then king f4, king g5, or king e5, then bishop e3.
But maybe this is exactly what black has to do, to kind of don't give me complete freedom. Because if you just like sit and wait, white somehow will be able to construct the good opportunity to push c5 and enter with the king.
So here I think Tan Zhongyi really meets some difficulties to play here. Because it seems like c4, c5 and put my king into the king side seems like unstoppable.
Yeah, so can we check once again? c4,
yeah.
Bishop c6, and we said rook b2.
Rook b2, yes.
Yeah, maybe rook a4.
c5.
Rook a4, c5, and king e6 or something. Maybe like this.
Oh, but here, if I go rook d2, you can play king d5.
d2, or I was thinking king f5, but yeah, king d5. King d5 is good, yes.
Yes.
King d5, and you have a lot of discovered checks, but no targets for a dark square bishop. Yeah.
Yes. So
Yep, maybe this is the way for black. Maybe this is the way to try to activate, put the bishop on c6 and then make the king a little bit more active. Because I think for white, it's very important that if you get the pawn on c5, the bishop is on e3 defended. And now like we are not in time to do all that.
And
bishop on e3 and then the king goes
to...
Yeah. Because now we can do king d3, let's say king d5, bishop e3. The pawns are defended, but the king is not going anywhere.
Yes.
Right? The king is not going anywhere. And Wenjun is not in rush to push the c pawn. She went bishop to b6 for now.
Black's rook is not
interesting moment, because there is no square on the 5th rank for,
yes.
for Black's rook.
And it means king f4, king g5 will be played.
Maybe you can, yeah, like they say, rook a2.
Yes, king f4.
And then king f4, right. King f4. You can say I can play f6, but then it's a target, right? Then we return all the way, like bishop to d4 and rook b6. This is
yes, and maybe after f6, bishop d4, and later maybe you will play f5, and that's the position we said.
Yeah, we said it's a very stupid move. Yeah, but if you play f6, then maybe you will have to play f5 not to lose this pawn. Yes, bishop b6 needs some very clever response from Black. Maybe rook a3 for now, attack the pawn.
And I think king
d4 this time,
yes.
yeah. King d4. Yeah, and now if king c6, you can play
bishop c5.
Bishop c5. After bishop e6, you can play. Bishop e6 is already bad. There's rook b6 check. Yeah.
But rook b6, king c7. Maybe you are not.
No, and you take the if I play bishop e6, yeah, it's a check. King c7, rook e6.
And rook a4, I go.
No, wait, that rook a4.
Okay, but maybe king e5. I think white is
check. King e5.
I think this is maybe an interesting line, because king e5, you take my rook, I go king f6.
King f6, you're right.
Yes, and if you go rook g4, it's useless. I can go bishop e3, bishop g5, and take.
You take it eventually.
Yes, right. And seems like white wins the game. Endgame.
Interesting. So what happened so far? Rook a3, king d4, bishop e6 on the board.
Yes.
Now, now rook b3 is a threat.
Yes.
Now rook b3 is a threat. So
white need to be careful.
Needs to pay attention. Maybe bishop c5 still. Bishop c5 still. But then black returns to a5, and it's the same, kind of the same thing. Very tricky endgame. Yeah, but this is again. I keep saying, even good grandmasters defend in this kind of positions. Like it seems nothing happens, and then you understand. Oh wait, I cannot prevent this, and then all the plan just works for white. However, now with the king on d4, if only I could teleport my bishop to e3, like jump over the king if white to move, and I go bishop e3 again. I think I'm making such a progress because c4, c5 happens. Rook is free.
Yes, and after c4, c5, king e5 is all these moves are unstoppable. So maybe bishop c5. I go bishop f8, get bishop h6. Then
yeah. Okay. Bishop c5. First of all, bishop c5 is a little bit of a threat, right?
Yes. You need to be careful about this.
If let's say you go rook a2, then king. I'm thinking king e5, but rook a5 is still there.
A5, yes.
Rook a5 is still there. Like if there is no rook a5, then I'm getting what I wanted to, like bishop d4, king f6.
Yes.
So black actually is kind of holding with precise. The game's not over, right? It's not like Wenjun. The game's not over, right? It's not like Wenjun will stop trying.
And Wenjun is very good at playing this kind of end games.
slowly, but like check here, check there, right?
Yes.
So, yeah, like so now white only kind of played for c3, c4 idea, right? Then maybe she will like play a lot of moves, understand, yes, c3, c4 idea, it's very hard to do. Then maybe I will not play c4 and like prepare f3, g4 on the other side.
Yes.
Bishop back to c5, yes, this is what we were talking. Well, actually, rook a2, what we said, right? King e4. Computer says king e4, and white's advantage increases because now I think somehow white makes some progress.
Yes. At least I can play bishop e3, c4, c5, and my king can go f4,
rook
g5.
a5, bishop e3.
E3.
Yeah, and then like something is you achieve one of the things. Yeah.
Yes.
And actually, rook a2 was played. Wenjun relatively quickly played king d3, which is not as strong. Which is not as strong as king e4, but maybe still white gets bishop e3 and pushes the c pawn.
Yes.
White actually does make progress with king d3. Much more precise for black was rook a5 immediately, because then these pieces are kind of tied to each other. You cannot move the king because the bishop is hanging. Now after king d3, maybe there is a chance. Yeah, that's of course not how to say, not the most live part of the game, because the position is still complex and they still have the time, right?
Yes.
So in some 20 minutes when like they will be short on time, both of them. Anyway, something will start happening in this position, like, because yeah, at some point, like also people get tired, and this is also like a factor.
Yes.
Tired in a way that, I mean, physically tired, but also tired of, I imagine, like you play with black and it's same position again and again and again. This is why it's so depressing. I keep saying this, that there is no plan for black, right? Like you just have to wait until your opponent says, no, it's enough, you held it.
And in this kind of position, we can imagine later when both players are in time trouble, because I think it will happen in the future.
Yeah,
both players only have 1 minute, 2 minutes. It's hard for black to make every move correct.
Yeah.
And then we will see maybe white blundered, black blundered. It's not a very little blunder, but maybe gives some
chance. Yeah,
chances,
it can be. Yeah, it can happen definitely. So now, you can probably go back to this setup with bishop d5 after king d3. Maybe that's why computer wanted king to e4. But bishop d5, c4,
bishop c6.
Now you can go bishop e3, right?
Yes.
And now your king is on d3, so c4 pawn is defended. There is no rook exchange.
But maybe if my king is on e4, it's easier for me to put my king to the king side. Now
maybe I cannot really go to e5. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, bishop f5 check is played anyway. King e3.
Yes, also played. Bishop e6.
What is happening? Bishop e6. Did she just allow king f4? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
King
you
f4.
just go king f4.
But bishop d4 played first.
Bishop d4 played. And now I'm confused after rook a5. Maybe we had this position.
Yes.
No. Wait, we had this position after, if black plays rook a5, we had this position, but with black to play, I think. Can this be? Let me see. When white, let's see, when white played rook b4, yes.
You are
It
right.
was black to play.
Yes.
And now after this, like, 6 moves, 7 moves, we get the same position. If black plays rook a5, that is, which he did not. Yeah, but if black would play rook a5, it's the same position, but then white to move now, and maybe white would be in time to do something. King c6. And once again, don't ask me why, but computer says king e4 is the strongest move, not king f4 for whatever reason. King f4, king f4, black wants to go king d5.
Yeah.
Maybe, and again, it's maybe hard for me to move the stuff, so king e4, already 0.5, 0.6 advantage. King e4, and then if rook a5, c4. And slowly you push all black pieces down. You go rook b6, you go c5, bishop e3, what we were dreaming about. Yeah. No, if it goes this way, that white makes progress all the time. I'm thinking white can win. The other thing you can do after king c6 is the position in the game. You can give a check and go rook b5 now. Win the 5th rank.
Yes.
Wait, and Wenjun played c4. c4.
Seems like c4 is also...
c4 is also good, yeah.
Yes, it's also good, yeah.
c4 is also good. Maybe it's more or less the same. Yeah, I don't know why king e4 was. King e4 was like some marginally better for whatever reason, but computer is absolutely sure. I'm checking now all these lines, and it's absolutely sure that you need the bishop on c6. So maybe that was returning the bishop to e6. Maybe wasn't the best. So kind of having the bishop on c6 controlling the c file. So now I'm thinking also, like, check on b6, c5, and then maybe you have to watch out for, like, the c pawn all of a sudden running.
Yes.
Yeah, like c5, and then...
If white can put the pawn on c7, I think it's...
Yeah, like if it's c7 and defend it with the bishop, should be winning.
Yes, should be winning, yeah.
Okay, let's see. So far, good progress from Wenjun. But even like getting the pawn on c5 and stabilizing everything, like going c5, king f4, bishop e3, also gives you so many more ideas, because we are saying that you can sacrifice exchange sometimes, yes. You can, or just prepare g4. Very hard. Very hard. Once in my commentator's career, I had, actually it was a women's event. It was a Grand Prix, I think in Uzbekistan. So you have 5 games, or I don't remember, maybe 6 games. Maybe there were 12 players, 6 games. So 5 games finished very quickly, maybe in 3 hours. And you have 1 game very similar to this. And it was this monstrous time control when they could play for 7 hours. Oh. And this game was like going back and forth, back and forth. And at some point I said, I know what will happen. It's a drawish position, but also the defending side will lose, because there will be exchange sacrifice. And it happened in 3 hours or something.
Yes, yeah. Yes.
It was incredible. So here, our time control is not like, there is no increment anymore, right? Or there is no addition to the clock. There is increment of 30 seconds, but there is no addition to the clock. So I don't think it will last like much longer, maybe another hour.
And anyway, I think this is a good news for good news for Wenjun, because more time for black in this position is good for it's better for defense.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, white doesn't need any time here.
Yeah, yeah, I agree. Now, maybe you will need, when it's actually like winning and you have to calculate, maybe
Yes.
this is the only moment. But right, if let's say if we both have 10 minutes, with white, if you don't have like clear plan, you just go here and back,
Yes.
create this threat, that threat, and black has to be very careful, right? So black is the one who is under more pressure, so to speak. King c7, which by the way, computer had as the best move for black, which is somewhat mysterious. Why king c7? But computer had it as the best move for black.
So maybe king c7's plan is to go bishop d7, bishop c6.
Yeah, c5, and then bishop d7, and not only like bishop d7, bishop c6, but also have this idea of rook a4 all the time.
Ah, if you go king f4,
King
it's
f4,
a
rook
big
a4,
mistake,
right. King f4, rook a4, yeah, and even king e4, I think it's rook a4, right? Or bishop c6, king e5, you would think it's like something cool, but then you go rook a4, and I think it's still a draw, right? Because if you move the rook, there will be f6. Zhongyi played bishop d5, which is, according to the machine, is not as good. It seems more active, but it was really important to have this rook a4 resource. And now white going king f4 actually gets the setup that we were talking about.
Yes, because now if you play bishop c6, king g5, rook a4, I can go.
You have a check, yes.
Yes.
You have a check, king d7, rook b2, and by the way, if we get to this position, this is already winning. It's 1.5. It's already a lot, yeah. Because now, again, you put the bishop on c6 in the moment where you actually need it back to e6 to defend f7 pawn. Wow. Bishop d5, so Wenjun just needs to play king f4.
And it seems like there's no reason white
Not to play.
Yes.
King f4.
So king f4, if I play rook c2,
Rook c2.
I want to go rook
Rook
c.
b6. Aha. Rook b6.
If I go rook c4,
Rook c4, king e5.
e5.
Yeah. And this is, I don't know. I don't even understand why, but this is like plus 3.5. So I guess bishop e6, you just drop bishop e3.
And then next
And
move,
maybe
rook
go
e6.
to f6 or just take the
Yeah.
bishop. I don't know. Let me see. Like if black does yeah. Next move, for example, if you go rook c3, bishop e3, yeah, rook c3 in this position, or rook c2, white just takes on e6. Fe6, king f6. Yeah. E6 pawn doesn't matter, right?
Yes.
So king f6, collects. I think just wins both pawns and h pawn promotes.
Yes.
So this is one little plan that white has. But it's very important to go king f4 now, I think, because she might not get another chance. Wait a second. If I start with rook b6, how do you stop me from?
Maybe I go
think
rook a4.
Bishop or rook a4. Just rook a4. Yeah. So I can give a check, but I cannot cross the fourth rank with the king. Yeah. So this is a unique chance to go king f4. And she does it. Yes. King f4. It's getting harder and harder for black to actually suggest something. There's some, again, there's some like tricky move rook e2. I don't know why it's tricky. Bishop e3. I would think bishop e3. But then it wants to play f6. And actually says that
Rook b6.
rook b6, bishop c6. And Says like white cannot make progress. Maybe that's right. Maybe my bishop is stuck, right? I cannot play f3 because g5.
Yes.
And my bishop is stuck because always rook e4. So, if after king f4, rook e2 happens, white has to go king g5. And black gets the chance to pin the bishop, rook e4. So that's still not over. But doesn't matter, because this didn't happen. Black went bishop c6, and after king g5, it's 1.5 for white. So white actually will be very close to winning.
Yes.
And it's not that hard to understand. The black wants rook a4, so you need to move away your pieces from the fourth rank. You need to move your piece away from the fourth rank, and you check, okay, if I move the bishop, then it doesn't really work. If I move the rook, it's rook a4, so I should start with moving the king. King g5, and now if rook a4, we spoke about this, check, king d7, and
rook b2.
Yeah, rook b2, king e6, bishop d6. And I think later
So I think king g5 is already on the board.
Yep, king g5 is on the board. Some endgame magic from the world champion, squeezing something out of nothing. And it's harder and harder to come up with good ideas for black.
Yes.
Now,
actually, it's really amazing.
It's almost over.
Yes.
Amazing that.
Yes, because I think today's opening is really bad for white. I want to say the opening is not favor for white. But after let's say after here, exchange the bishop, bishop c3, b takes c3, rook c8.
And queen a4, for example, starting with queen a4, she played like amazing.
Amazing, yes.
Yeah, she played absolutely amazing. The position was not very rich. That's why, like, for a very long time, it was still close to equal. But white played, they were like best moves.
Yes.
Yeah, incredible.
And
you're absolutely right.
And actually, I think Tan Zhongyi defended really well after at least when the queen is both queens are on the board, and even if rook d8, rook f8, Tan Zhongyi made some mistakes, still she found the best ideas on the king side to give the counterplay. And Wenjun needs to find some h4 difficult moves.
Seriously, it's again very hard to, let's say, criticize somebody for this game. It's just that, in the very end game, Wenjun is playing better so far. Bishop e5, king d7. Now, computer, after some thoughts, it increases white's advantage. It's plus 2.2 after both rook b2 or rook b3. But basically, you need to move the rook.
Yes.
You need to move the rook and move it probably to like active squares. So rook b2 or rook b3. And then after king e6, this is what computer is trying.
Yes, but white still need to be careful. Rook e2 is a bad move here. Rook e4 will make a draw.
Yeah, rook e4, but you go either bishop f4 or
d6 or
bishop d6. Yeah.
Yes, I can make sure my king can go to g7.
Bishop d6. Yeah, I think it's just like attack from different sides. Like sometimes it's rook b6, sometimes it's rook e2 check. If you leave it, king goes to g7, and it's just too much for black to hold.
You need to be careful of the queen side and the king side, and maybe the time pressure. So
that's potentially a time pressure as well. But yeah, like when we only got into this end game, remember we were talking that, okay, there is the c pawn, but what's important if you can create a target on the king side. And now,
Yes.
yeah, like black pawns are where they were originally, but if white king gets to g7, here is your target on the king side. So f7 is hanging, if you move f7, g6 is hanging. So there's always one more weakness. And then, yeah, you just cannot hold two weaknesses. That one of them will, one of them will fall. King d7 still wants to be the most precise. Which personally I do not see what the difference is between rook b3, rook b2, or even rook b1.
Yeah, but for personally, I will choose rook b2 because I want my rook on
dark square.
squares.
Yeah. Fully agree. Like, it's remarkable, right? Now you look at the position, you immediately say, okay, they're probably opposite colored bishops because all white pieces are on dark color, dark squares, and all black pieces are on light squares. But what could she possibly be thinking about? Yeah. Rook b2, I think. Rook b2. Yep. So now,
King e6.
yeah.
Yep.
And now not only bishop d6, but also bishop f4 is, I think, maybe even like more according to the plan, because remember, this is what we wanted, bishop on e3. So maybe bishop f4, bishop e3, and then the rook is free, and then you somehow get it in to d6 or b6, or maybe go from b8. Yeah, I think this is done, or looks incredibly tough to defend for black.
Yeah.
Unless you like blunder something, there's still possibility to blunder exchange of rooks or this or that, but the position should be winning. And she does play bishop f4, well played by the world champion.
And now I think if I play black, I will hope my c6 bishop can be two bishops, one on c6 and one on e6.
Oh,
because,
yeah.
Yes, I put my bishop on e6, I will afraid of c6 for white, and my bishop on c6, I will...
Yeah, then the f7 pawn is the target, yeah.
So it's really hard
and also hard to make moves because, again, you need to be able to block on the e file. If you move the rook somewhere, then I think, like... not only rook e2 check, but rook d2. Rook d2 is
a big
also idea, yeah. Rook d2.
Yes. Let's say, for example, rook a3, rook d2. If you play bishop d5, I can.
You push, right?
Yes.
c6.
And after c7.
c6
yes,
after c7.
Yes.
This will be over.
Yes.
Bishop f4. In a way, I'm a little bit surprised how Tan went from like position pawn down where she has a fortress to unpleasant position to now it's almost lost position, or maybe just lost position, and she still has 17 minutes on the clock, because I would think like you don't like something, you try to find resources, but maybe sometimes it happens that you don't realize, like until it's on the board, you don't realize how bad it is.
Yes.
Yeah, and then now, like you start thinking and you look for the move and you say, wait, but there is no move. Yes, maybe she kind of underestimated how unpleasant it is when the king gets to g5. Yeah,
and also actually it happens in the middle game when she played the rook d8 and the rook f8. And
relatively quickly. Yeah.
Yes. And after these two moves, white gets some advantage.
Yeah.
Yeah, so...
But you're absolutely right now that I'm thinking. So the only question we have, let's say, to Wenjun is why didn't you play knight b5? Very early in the opening. But then, yes, you get this equalish position, and you play perfect.
Really
Absolutely
perfectly, yeah.
Okay, let's see. It's getting harder and harder to. Well, it's an interesting camera view on the players. Like June is almost sleeping.
Yes.
But it's not because position is boring. I think it's because she maybe understands that yes, I am making progress. So how long the round lasts? I'm trying to calculate. Almost 5 hours already, right? Yeah.
So I saw something interesting. So maybe that's why Wenjun wants a chair with wheels, because
so you can get closer and sleep at the table, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Let's see. And what do you even do for Zhongyi now? Like, I mean, you do not resign here. You make moves, but
Yes.
like, seems doesn't matter what you do.
To be honest, I think for Zhongyi here, the best choice maybe is to play quicker and and maybe later when Wenjun in time pressure to make some tricks.
Yeah, maybe that's
Maybe.
it. Yeah.
Yes.
Rook to c4. Rook to c4.
And I
okay.
think bishop e3 well played.
Yeah, you can play bishop e3.
Yes.
I mean, like, computer plays tricky moves. It gives a check on e2 first. And now if you block with the rook, it goes rook d2, kind of improving the position of the rook a little bit. But
Yes.
bishop e3 is perfectly fine, and it's actually played. Yeah, bishop e3 is perfectly fine. And maybe even stronger, because now you want rook b6, king f6, and you don't even need to sacrifice exchange. Yeah,
Yes.
just go rook b6, king f6, and
Wings up.
seems you're winning a pawn. Yeah. And there is nothing black can do. No, absolutely nothing. I mean, you can force the king to h6, but then it will attack the pawn from g7. Yeah?
Yes. Time
King,
goes king e5.
king e5.
So Mira, I have a question. Maybe earlier in the position,
Mm-hmm.
let's say here. Okay, maybe here, for example, I go rook a5. Okay, anyway, I have a chance to play g5, I think, in the game. And so maybe should black play g5? I know it seems like a very stupid move, but if I take
Well, it depends, because yeah, like we create one more weakness maybe, but now can white have everything stable, right? This is the big question, because if you maybe you will be threatening h4. Maybe actually you go rook g4 h4.
Yes.
So if this was the position in the game, maybe you're forcing exchange of more pawns. Yeah, maybe it was a chance.
Yeah, but anyway, I think in the
game it's very hard to decide,
yes.
right? I mean, it all looks nice. The bishop on e6 defends the pawn, the pawns
Yeah.
defend each other. Why would I go g5? There
And
is one example in a theoretical rook endgame where you have to make this ugly move g5, and it's kind of the only way to save the game, because if you're waiting with everything saved, then white is winning. By the way, rook b8 is a very good move as well. Rook b8. I think rook b7. Oh, sorry, rook c8. I mean, rook c8 will disturb the bishop. It's basically zero counterplay for black.
Yeah, this is too solid for white.
And you can never. I'm still looking for some stupid way to checkmate the white king, but no, it's never happening. It's
Yes.
always king h6 and.
the safest square in the
Yeah, maybe
board.
in the whole position, like the h6 is really yeah, you would be faster checkmated on h2 than on h6.
Yes.
Yeah, and again, it's not only that white has a plan, but also each move for black is hard to make.
Yes.
Something that doesn't matter what you play, it makes your position kind of worse, right? Oh wait, maybe I go like bishop d5 or d7, I'm not sure. I just want like to defend f7 with the bishop, let's say. Maybe bishop d7. Ah, she actually did play bishop d7, yeah. There is something else happening. Rook f8, I don't understand. Rook f8,
Bishop e6.
That's computer's line. Rook d8, so there are probably some checkmate ideas for white. Because computer is very happy to get like this. All in all, I don't believe it's possible to hold for black. Like white has, first of all, objectively winning, but also like you can blunder pretty much on every move.
So maybe rook f8, black, if black go king e6, because I think bishop e6, rook d8 is too dangerous for
but
black.
then after king h6, I don't see how we defend f7. Ah, maybe king f6. Maybe king f6 still defends f7 for now.
But I think white can go bishop g5.
King e6 and sacrifice the c pawn, take that pawns.
Yes, because after rook f7, I think I can maybe take all the pawns on
King g7, rook c5,
rook f7.
f7.
Yeah, these pawns
I
are
guess
all
this
gone.
should be- guess this should be right. Okay, she goes rook d8 instead of rook f8. Rook
Yes.
d8, bishop e6, and now I want to play f3. Is f3 a terrible move? Because
I think f3 maybe
yeah, bishop e6 is already on the board. Bishop e6,
Yes.
and then can I play f3? It's a blunder. Bishop d5. And wait, how is it a blunder? Ah, bishop
bishop-
f4, king d4.
oh, king d4,
Oh,
yes.
Tricks. What computer does also very instructive. Go
Rook d6? Yes, maybe
Is
I.
the idea to give a check and go c6. I'm
Yes.
thinking. Rook d6 on the board. No, she's playing like absolutely like perfect, absolutely perfect. Rook d6.
Bishop d5, I think. Well, this is what I
d5.
can only find for black.
Yeah, but then what we do? Then maybe we go to g7, like king h6. H6, king g7, then
Bishop e6, king
yeah, bishop
g7.
e6, king g7. Now if bishop d5, I will probably take it, right?
Yes, take is
d5, yeah, just
take is winning.
take f7.
Yeah, rook g4, bishop f4, I think.
G4,
Bishop f4.
bishop f4, or bishop g5 maybe.
Yes.
Ah, king f6 is nice, I mean, in that line.
Yes, I will show it.
Took one. Nice, like king f6 and king c6, then bishop f4,
Yes.
f3. Wow. Very, very convincing. Like the moment
Yes.
she.
I can also show something very interesting. White doesn't need to win the game like this, but maybe I have a plan to play like this.
Ah, nice. Nice. No, I actually like it, yeah. king f8, king e7. Yeah, maybe at some point black will have to go rook a4. But then you give check, go c6 again.
Yes.
The moment the rook is not on the c file. It's very rare that, look, black pieces, if you think of it, like very active in this position,
Yes.
like bishop on d5. It's not like it's stuck somewhere in the corner or the king is on h7, right? So they're all very active, but because of white king being on h6, g7, white wins without much problem.
Yeah.
And then if we, let's say, teleport white king back to d2, maybe it would be a draw, right?
Yes.
Maybe you cannot cross anymore. Yes, really, really nicely played.
I think
No
this.
move from time.
I think this game from like b5 to here is a textbook was. Yes, really.
No, seriously, like very impressive, and for especially for kind of the World Championship match to be able to kind of grind like this, like every move is absolute precision. Yeah, too many ideas for white. You want to give check and go c6, c7. You want to sacrifice on e6 whenever you get a chance, like sacrifice the rook and then take the pawn on g6. Black is was approaching her rook. So where is she planning to? Wait a second. Where do you go with the rook?
I think if she moved the rook g4 seems the she goes rook c2.
She goes to c2. So now, if I give a check, king e4 is forced, right?
Yes.
Then he goes c6, and black can
take on. I think she will take on f2.
well, f2, yes, c7.
Yes. Even if it's lost. Rook c2.
Rook c2, and I guess king f6. King f6.
Yes.
It's
I
still you need to somehow organize this c8. Or maybe wait, I just want to take on e6 twice.
Yeah.
Right, at king g7. Because I was thinking, yeah, I will sacrifice on e6, now take g6, but then black has e5. What is this? Yeah, I'm just like taking the bishop twice.
Yes.
Or taking on e6 twice. And if bishop moves from e6, then I take the f7 pawn and then g6 pawn and so on. Yeah. But again, a part of me wants to be greedy and not sacrifice the f2 pawn. Can we go for your plan of king to e7?
Yes. For example, king
h6.
h6. I think it still works.
Yeah, maybe it still works. Why not? We'll see. We'll see. Well, Wenjun is down to 7 minutes. So this could be that moment that we were talking about. So when it's already winning and still you have to decide, to calculate and decide, yes, I'm going for this. I sacrifice my f2 pawn and because I know it's winning in the end.
Yes.
So where she needs time.
So I found something interesting. For example, if I go bishop f4, you play king e4. I just go rook e6, and you take bishop e3.
And you go back to e3.
Yes.
Right.
I think it's still winning.
It is winning. It's just winning.
Because you cannot go these two ways. You go here, I
Yeah,
put-
you win one of then the c pawn wins or the h
Yes.
pawn wins. Ah, brilliant. This is actually maybe the cleanest solution because black will never be in time. Let's say go king f3, get the pawn on e4, and sacrifice on f2. This is it's a 5 tempi down. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Then this is just a win.
yes.
Check, rook e6, back to e3. Let's see if she plays it. Because the other one is also winning, but this is... I think I like this one more because it's also like you keep the f pawn alive.
Yes, I keep everything on the under control.
Yeah, and then it probably means... Wait, is bishop d4 the same? I mean, just to... Bishop d4, king e4, and if I take on e6 here...
But maybe
also wins, yeah?
yes.
You can take d4.
d4.
Ah, but then it's rook f6, check, king g7, king h6,
Yeah,
king
it's
g7 also. Million billion extra tempi. Let's see. Check on f4.
No, she played king h6.
Yes, king h6, and black replied with king f6. Okay, this is not as clean, maybe. Ah, no, wait, you can go bishop d4 and king g7 anyway, yeah?
Ah, yes.
Bishop d4.
Oh, maybe bishop d4. It's black cannot play king e7. Maybe.
Yeah, king e7, king g7.
It's checkmate.
Or you have to go bishop d7, and then we are back to takes d7, takes f7. Back to this exchange sacrifice idea.
So after bishop d4,
king f5 needs to be played.
yes.
And then
King g7.
Put the king on g7. And we allow g5. This is something. It's not like it makes a draw, but this is something we don't want.
Yes.
This is something we definitely don't want. Rook d1 from d6. Wait. This is surprising.
Yes.
This is
So
really
maybe
surprising.
maybe Wenjun haven't found the way she must win, so she wants to come back and
Like play feudal moves,
yes.
get some time. Yeah. The position is still winning though, so it's not like you can spoil this position in one move, it seems, unless you blunder something heavily. But yeah, not the most straightforward. And so far I like your way of bishop f4, sacrifice the exchange was the cleanest. But also I understand you, Wenjun, like when it's very close and probably you don't want to calculate any tactic, right? Like
Yes.
if you can win slowly, maybe you don't want any tactic at all. But yeah, but where is the win? It's like, if, let's say, if black just stands like rook c4, you can always return, of course, but I mean,
Yes.
a move like rook d1 doesn't look, like if you just wanted to repeat, maybe you give check, go back or something. Yeah, like a move like rook d1 suggests that you have some specific idea for this rook to be on d1, which I, to be honest, don't see.
Yes.
Which
And
don't
I-
see yet.
Seems like it's just a repeat move. Maybe rook d6 will be played next.
Yeah, after rook c4.
Yeah.
It's unclear.
Yeah. no evidence show rook on d1 will have something more special. So maybe rook d6 will be played back.
But also, I think Zhongyi is thinking the same. Like, why did she go to d1?
Yes.
Why did she go to d1? Should I be worried about something on the first rank?
Yes. For example, if a weak opponent play rook d1, you will just
Okay, yeah,
yes.
it's a stupid move, right?
Yes.
But if it's the world champion, then you think, okay, maybe there is like some hidden idea that I don't see. She does play rook c4. And now, yeah, for white, let's say the relation is still the same. White is completely winning, +3, +4. But checking in, seemingly in all the lines, the plan is that eventually you go to d6. You can go and say rook d2, for instance, or rook d8, but you return, in order to win, you return to d6. So that means the story you said when we were back, you told us when we were back from the break that you consulted with one of the grandmasters here, and he said this is the least, the way to make a draw that he likes the least.
Yes.
Looks like he was right.
Yes.
Looks like he was right. It's the toughest, happened to be the toughest position to defend, and couldn't manage yet. Rook goes back to d6. Rook goes back to d6.
And rook c2. Also.
Rook c2 is already played. Yeah. Wait, what was our bishop d4, king g7? What we like, yeah.
Yes.
Or
but bishop d4.
Bishop d4, king f5, king g7, g5.
g5, yeah.
Wait, after king f5, computer plays some funny looking move f3 and claims it to be like very, very good. Okay, I understand the bishop is paralyzed, white bishop is paralyzed, like you cannot move, but if the rook is, let's say, waiting, rook c4, c6, rook c2, I'm trying to understand what's the idea is.
Maybe I goes the king to the...
King to g7.
Queen side.
Rook c4, king f8, yeah, rook c2, king
d8, king
e8 or e7, yeah,
yes.
something like this.
But if you play king g7, I go g5.
Yeah, I think maybe after king g7 there is g5. Huh? Yeah, it takes on g5. If king g5, bishop. Yes, you take.
Yeah,
king
take.
g5. There is one funny pattern: bishop f6, king f5,
5.
and rook d4. I think it could be that
checkmate.
yeah, like the bishop doesn't have enough squares or something.
Yes.
Bishop 2, rook e4.
Ah,
And
this is
yeah, this is some out of this world geometry.
yes.
But yeah, let's see.
But
what happened. What?
Wenjun played f3.
Bishop d4, king f5, f3. Like really? This is crazy.
Yes.
This is crazy because yes, this is the strongest move, but also what is scary, like f2 was defended. Now that you play f3, I understand. Yeah, it's winning, but also it's like so unhuman, to be honest, because you like if something goes wrong, you no longer have control. But maybe you do have control. Maybe you just want to make sure that the bishop is not moving.
And actually, I think unless I see I already win, or I will never play f3.
Yeah, like f3, it's like you win the piece next move or something.
Yes. Well, this is really amazing. I really wonder if Wenjun can play the line computer said bishop f4.
Yeah, like if she see everything, this is crazy. Yeah.
Yes.
To be honest, yes, for black, it's really like hard to
Yeah, I think rook
come
c4.
up. But can you play rook g2? So at least to force white to put the pawn on c6. c6, yes. Now
Yes.
you go back to c2.
Yeah, but you have to go back.
Yeah, now you
Yeah.
have to go back to c2.
Yes.
And
Because we can show this line. If you take, I go c7. You go rook g2. I can just promote.
Not take the bishop, but promote.
Yes.
Nice.
Okay, and rook c2 back. If
Rook c2 back, and then checking. Yeah, I think king g7 is how you win.
yes, and I think g5 is the only move to.
Only a reasonable attempt. Otherwise, you just bring the king to like e7, g5, h g5.
So I have a question now. If you play g5, can I play g4? But I know it's
g4.
it will never
wins,
play the.
Yes, it does win. g4, pawn takes, and h5.
Yes.
Yes, you're right. It's also plus 5 or something.
But I think I will not choose this to.
Yeah, it's very surprising, right?
Yes.
It's a very, very surprising way of, let's say, winning, especially when we got to this position with bishop on e3, king on g5, and white has everything protected, everything under control. It's amazing. And also to do it with, like, she's on 3 minutes. Really, she's on 3 minutes. It's not like you have 1 hour, you calculated everything and you want to, to show to your spectators that it's a beautiful checkmate. Okay, let's see. It's of course a lot of pressure on Zhongyi as well. And by the way, yeah, rook c4, c6,
c6,
right?
and rook c2 is also played.
Rook c2 is also played. And now we are kind of just waiting for king to g7.
Yes, I think. Yes, I think king g7 is also almost.
Almost like only move.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm even looking with the engine, and it says like there is a lot of ways to win, but this lot of ways to win is like you go bishop a1. You go bishop g7, you go back to d4, and you go king g7.
Yes.
So maybe not the only move, but only idea for white to win is to come with the king to g7 and later on maybe f7 and so on. Let's see. King g7, and again, how do we win if black says pass? King f8 or?
Yes, king f8, I think.
This also gives bishop f6. What is bishop f6?
And rook d4.
With king on g7, bishop f6, rook d4.
Yeah.
So you don't even need king f8. Yeah, so you go to g7 to play bishop f6 to go rook d4 and checkmate. Nice.
But to be honest, this.
This is absolutely unhuman, right?
Yes.
I mean, this way of, and. Before that, she was playing so even like if she would not play the strongest move, we say, it's understandable. It's like human players playing, and then she finds all this sequence that's absolutely amazing. Okay.
And king g7.
King to g7 play, yes.
And the arbiter gives another.
Another score sheet, so 75 moves. That means we conclude that they have on their score sheet, they keep notation that it's 75 moves, right? Or maybe 80 moves.
Yeah, maybe 80
moves. Just arbitrary. But wait, if it's 80 moves, maybe it's enough. After king g7, how do you continue the game, right? Like, I mean, especially if you like make one more move with the rook and bishop f6 happens.
Yes.
Maybe you don't even survive to move 80.
And g5.
g5 played, yes. g5 played. two moves are winning.
G4.
G4 and H takes G5. Yeah. Anything else? It's much trickier.
HG5.
G5.
Yes.
Yeah, so she really goes for this checkmate.
Yes, I think.
Wow.
I think if White has really enough time, maybe she will go G4. But I think in time travel.
Like this, yeah, right. Because even if there is no checkmate after H5, you can still win somehow.
Yeah.
After G4, if pawn doesn't promote, then you're not winning. H5, what did?
King G5.
Yeah, King G5 is on the board, I guess.
Yes, already on the board.
And Bishop F6 and Rook D4 wins the game.
Yes, if this happens on the board, I will really respect the performance from Zhu and Jing today.
That's incredible.
Yes.
That is absolutely incredible. How many moves, like really? It's also a very long sequence. This King G7, Bishop F6, and then she played it absolutely perfect. Yes, starting from F3, really amazing. King G5. We can see from a camera view that King G5 is already played, right?
Yes, I think.
But now seems like we got a little bit stuck with.
C7,
so
Zhu
she
Jing.
went Bishop B6, King F5,
And C7.
and C7.
So
wait a second. So she's winning, but it's not a checkmate.
yes.
And moreover, a little bit, kind of, not for real, but I'm a little bit worried that there is still a chance you don't win. There is still like some slight chance you don't win. Yeah. So 7. Because what is like? How do you finish the game?
First, I will say my king goes to D8 and Rook E6 is a threat.
Yeah.
But I think Black can do something from now. For example, I go King G5, and I want to go H4 to
Exchange
exchange.
Exchange pawns. Well, after Bishop B6, she played King F5, by the way.
Yeah.
Because
and this is
immediate H4 there was check from D8. That's the reason. Okay. Rook C3. After C7, Rook C3 also makes sense, but I cannot really take.
Yes.
This is the problem, that I cannot really take on F3 because then White captures the bishop on E6.
So I think King F8.
King F8 should win probably.
Yes.
Wait a second. King F8. This says Bishop C8 is Black's best chance. So I'm running away from Rook's attack. And I want to be in time to take the F7. To take the F3.
Yes.
Pawn. So if you take on F7, I take on F3, it's almost a draw already? How is it possible? Because my G3 pawn will be lost. I thought like I trade the rooks, but then I cannot defend.
Yes.
Cannot defend the G3 pawn. No, wait. This is all of a sudden quite unexpected. And also Wenjun down to 1 minute. This is why you don't play F3.
Yes.
I mean, I still like very good chance she wins, but F3 gives too many chances for your opponent. Like just imagine same position pawn on F2, right? There is like
I just
nothing to talk about. Yeah, you just go to d8. And okay, let's see. King goes to.
I think she don't move the king. Bishop a5.
Bishop a5. Aha, fair point. Because now black rook, which was attacking f3 and also targeting c7, now it has to choose where to go. Rook c5. No, wait. Rook c5. How do you? What did rook a6 or something?
Rook c5, or maybe can white go king f8?
King f8. Ah, yes, you can play king f8. I had a hallucination that I take the bishop, and then when you take on e6, there is a check.
Yes,
And
but
there is a check, but you can block with the rook. Yep. Yes, king f8. Because I'm seeing like computer lines, and these are like rook a6. Somehow I'm getting more and more confused, like the more I look at computer moves. So I think king f8 is very logical kind of. So you just bring the king to f8, e7.
And d8. So after rook a6, what do computer wants to play?
For black, I don't know. Ah, maybe the point is you just defend the bishop, and black doesn't have good moves.
Yeah.
Or any moves, rather. Yeah, maybe you cannot attack f3 pawn at all. So this is the point, right?
So maybe I think black has to play king g5 and h4.
Try to play for h4.
Yes. Because in the future, white will easily goes king to d8 and promote. I need to exchange my pawns to make draw.
Now I'm thinking many things win. Ah, well, actually, bishop check, king f5, bishop f4. I think we are back to the same checkmate tricks, because after h4 can go c8. And then
This is
if
brutal.
bishop takes, it's rook f6. Yes, if rook takes, rook a5.
Well, if this happens, I think
This
it's
would be
really
even more,
brutal.
right?
Yes.
This would be even more crazy.
Oh, sorry, can you?
Bishop e5, and we just collect everything. Well, black played rook c4 instead.
And actually, they
Maybe also like h4 in some moment.
yes. Yeah, for example, if you play king f8, I can go h4.
Yeah.
I make
king
some
f8, h4.
Yes.
And then
If you take rook h4.
if you take rook can take on h4, and yeah, rook e6 now would be
f takes e6.
rook e6 now would be f takes e6, and it's a draw, I guess. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it's incredible how not only how Wenjun like finds all those moves, but also by the way she did play king f8, but also how Tan manages to not to fall apart completely and like find these little resources. Yeah, king f8.
Yes.
Wait, after h4. By the way, after h4, yeah, g takes h4 only move.
Yes.
Rook h4, and it's actually quite tricky. What?
What? She doesn't play h4?
Whoa, and she plays bishop d5, but wait a second, bishop d5 should not work, right?
Bishop d5?
It's like she wants to take f3 with the bishop.
Yes.
Bishop d5.
King e7.
E7. Bishop f3, for instance.
Bishop f3, rook f6 is winning.
Rook f6,
And rook
king,
f4.
King g4. Rook f4. And when you take f4, you don't take the rook, you promote.
Yes. I thought
Okay,
Han
queen.
missed this rook f4 move.
Yeah. Check. And yeah, and there is no chance. Yeah, rook takes c8.
C8 and rook f5 is the only move.
Yeah, like rook f5 is the only move, but then you are pinned. Somehow, I feel like it never any kind of like fortresses. It never works with opposite colored bishops. Yeah, like queen versus rook. Like there is always will be some attack on these dark squares.
Yes.
Yeah, it's too many ideas for white. Yeah, I
But
think
I
Tan
think-
was hoping for bishop take f3.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
But I think they will go this line. But because after king e7, if you don't go bishop f3,
What do you do?
yes, it's just
Rook sit. I mean, if you sit and wait, then
then king d8. I think it's
just go king d8.
Yes.
Yeah, like at least it's clear that your pawn is never taken.
Yes.
Yeah, you just like safely go. Well, yeah, king e7. Black needs to do it.
So let's imagine if this happens on the board after queening, I play rook f5. Is it really easy for white to win?
F4, queen, rook f5. I don't know. I would think yes. I would think yes.
My dream position is to play king h3 and bishop g4. But
This is you're right. Like with the king on h3, maybe my dark square bishop is not so useful. No,
she
black
doesn't.
plays h4, and I feel like this should be like losing by 4 somehow.
H4 is.
She could play one move earlier, right?
Yes, because you now you take bishop f3, you have no rook f4.
This is the idea.
Yeah, but
But you take, and if bishop f3, you give a check, and you take the bishop. And
yes.
you just push the h.
yeah, it's winning.
Just push the h pawn, and like you have one on c7, and the
Yes.
other pawn running. One of them becomes a queen.
Then Wenjun played the rook.
Rook f6 started with rook f6 check, but it doesn't spoil anything, I believe. And after king e5, she takes on h4. Right.
Yes. She chose
Getting
the
one
safest.
more passed and now we are back on track with safety. Look, f4, pawn defended, bishop b6.
Yeah.
All the pieces
yes.
defended, then the h pawn goes. Like, yeah, by the way, f4, I don't know how good is f4. Maybe it's a bad move.
I think it's a good.
But she already took on h4,
Yes.
which is good. Took on h4.
Yeah. Anyway, she can go f4 next move.
Mm-hmm. Now there is no doubt white should be winning. Also, Zhongyi is down to her last minute as well. And not only this, but she's running out of resources pretty much.
Bishop e6. I think f4 well played by Wenjun here. Yeah, f4. It's
You go f4, and go, I think, yeah, pretty much whatever you like. I think h5 good, f4 good.
yes. h5 is also good.
H5. still the king on e5 is the problem. Plus you have now you have two passed pawns.
Yes.
It's way too much. Way too
So-
much for black to handle.
Rook C.
Rook c5, but the
Ah.
problem with this that you never attack the bishop. Right? I mean, you
Yes.
never take the bishop.
I can find some tricks for black, but it's not very useful. If you play h6, I go rook c4, h7. I can go rook h4. That's my last trick. Of course, you.
Nice. So now if rook takes, no, but
Yeah,
let's show. This is like if I go rook takes and I promote.
Yes.
Because
This
I can say go bishop c3
Yes,
and easily, but
it's
yeah,
finished.
let's say I'm naive, I promote into queen, and then rook h7,
Yeah.
and it's a draw, right?
Yes.
Because you give a check, you take the queen, and you win the very last pawn.
yes.
Almost like a study, right? Actually, we are in this line. H6.
Yes. But I think it's not a difficult move.
Yeah,
Bishop
it's not
c3.
difficult. It's not a difficult move to refute this idea.
Yes, just the bishop c3 first, and then it's finished. Or maybe h8 and the bishop c3. A
H8,
lot of.
rook H8, yeah, bishop c3.
Okay, rook c5.
What a monster game from both players. Tan also fought very well. Few bits of this game, right? Just that
Yes.
she got maybe indeed unlucky when choosing the endgame to defend, and then she didn't realize how important it was to get for white to get with the king to g5, and from then, even if there was a draw, it was already like very hard.
Yes.
It was already very hard. Yeah, and kudos to Wenjun to actually finding all those tricky moves, tricky move orders, and
I think for
7,
to
6, 5. One more move will be
Yeah.
played in this game. Bishop c8.
and I can just easily take the f7. Oh, okay, h7.
7.
Okay, I think.
And this is it. Yeah, h7 is officially the last move in this game. So on move number 86 in game 3, Wenjun equals the score. It's 1.5 point each. Man, it was dramatic.
Yes.
It was dramatic. It was, again, I started talking about how it's equal and good and both play very well. Then, maybe if you can quickly show once again this moment when in the middle game, remember when this bishop b7, bishop c7 started. I think this was maybe the first step into winning the game, right?
Yes.
Or maybe we can just mention that it's like what, move 25? Yes.
34. 34.
Yeah, so bishop b7, rook d8, bishop c7, and this series of moves, maybe next 15, 20 moves, Wenjun played like absolutely the very best moves.
Yes. Show the world champion level.
Yeah, world champion class, so to speak. And then, yes, maybe Zhongyi could defend better, but again, I don't even know if you are too upset about losing such a game. It's when your
Yes.
opponent played just like really well on every move. It's not like she blundered something. Of course, you're upset. You lost the game in a world championship, but not. Yeah, sometimes like it's a silly mistake in one move and you lose. Here, it's fair to say, Tan got outplayed. So again, I will say this after every game. So tomorrow will be very
Yeah.
important, or tomorrow next game will be very important for both players. Zhongyi will have the white pieces. Something I think we do not expect is a calm game.
Yes.
After what happened today, I don't think it can be like a really calm, quick draw. No.
And the match will be more and more exciting.
Yeah. So that's very important also. This is something we were discussing before the broadcast, that
Yes.
the moment both players win at least one game, and this is where the most excitement. So they both know I can win, I can also lose, and yeah. So we're really looking forward to tomorrow's game, and today once again kudos to defending world champion. Absolutely tremendously well played game. Thanks for watching, guys, and see you tomorrow.
Here. Let's welcome Charlize to start our players interview.
Welcome everyone, and to our players especially. It was a long game, so hopefully we don't go on too long. But my first question to both players, yesterday we of course had a rest day. Tan, you won the game, Zhu, you lost. What was your mentality like coming into today's game?
那今天这个对决比较长，我们尽量就是长话短说。那首先我们新闻官对棋手想了解的是，昨天经历了一个休息日，那我们两位棋手是怎么样度过这个休息日的？那谭忠义先开始。
就是和平时一样，没有什么区别。sorry， 就是和平时一样，没有什么太大的区别。
谢谢。就我和我的团队进行了一些那个怎么说？总的来说是愉快又充实的一个休息天吧。
Tan Zhongyi spent the rest of the day as usual, nothing special, and Zhu had a very pleasant day, but also meaningful to get some preparation done.
And speaking about preparation, Zhu, we repeated the opening from the first game, but you deviated with the c4 line. Was there a specific game that you were following? And how happy were you with the preparation that came on the board, considering you entered a new position quite early on?
那白方比较早的就走了这个 C4，那之前呢，这个也没有特别看到具问君来选择经常出现这个便利。那请问一下具问君的这个想法是如何考量的？
我觉得首先是进行了一定的准备吧。C4也是一个，我觉得是一个比较常见的一个下法吧。然后我也，对我自己的白棋充满期待。
C4 is a part of the home preparation, and actually C4 is a common choice here. So she had a lot of expectations from that move.
And Tan, were you surprised by your opponent's opening choice?
那谭仲义有没有感到惊讶？对手是这样选开局的？
确实有一些这个惊讶，因为C4它确实不是我这个主要准备的方向。
Tan Zhongyi was slightly surprised because that was not the main choice she was expecting.
And now for some chess analysis, we first reached this very interesting position where black had to find the only move, knight e3. Zhu, you pushed h4 quite quickly after that. I want to know what you were calculating here, both of you, what your thoughts were in this specific position.
好，那我们看到如图的这个局面呢，因为正好双方是一个互相进攻的状态。白方刚刚吃多了一个兵，那黑方接下来有一些反击，而白方也下得非常快。那新闻官想了解双方是如何考量的，因为这个地方是非常复杂的。那我们先请朱文君来回答。
就这个棋黑的马e3挺好的，我这个时候没有太多的选择，可能只有下 F4和 H4 两步吧。然后下 F4他马D5可能会玩法，象 G5我觉得白的没什么特别的，所以我就选择了这个H4。我觉得进入一次格象的话，白的还是有一些优势的。
During the game, this position after knight e3, Zhu Wenjun mainly had two choices, either bishop f4 or h4. Here, after bishop f4, knight takes d5, and then bishop takes queen, knight takes queen. Here, the position might not be that interesting for her. That's not much to find out at the point. So Zhu went the other way. She tried h4, and she believed that the endgame after that big swap, white is still slightly better and may find some chance to win.
我当时看了很多，但是也许后G4我觉得不是最好的，或许肯定第一个反应肯定是马D5嘛，然后马D5可能 HG 马 B4，然后 CB， 然后G_C8，这样子可能他下 F4，我不知道，然后也许会稍微换掉一对兵。但是我可能低估了那个后面那个棋的压力，所以说这是来自于就他象D5吃的时候，就可能有一些，不知道，也许需要拿电脑 check 一下。
Maybe originally after white plays bishop d5, there was something deep down there. And Tan Zhongyi believes that maybe today she will check it with the computer. Originally, she believes that after knight e3, h4, queen g4 was not very good. She might have tried knight d5, but she's not sure that. After knight d5, pawn takes the queen. Knight takes the queen, pawn takes the knight, rook c8. Here, Tan Zhongyi hesitated after bishop f4. What will it be at the moment? So that's the thought at the board, over the board. She's still not sure about that.
Then after all these trades, of course, Zhu, you just said that you thought this is better for white, or that you can at least play on to get something. Objectively, it is equal, and like yesterday or the day before's game was also objectively equal, but you both play on in positions. You keep pushing and squeezing, which is a very admirable quality, and I think very inspirational to everyone around the world. Can you comment a bit more on that?
那昨天的对局跟今天的对局都是有一点相像。那双方起先在一个接近均势的状态下，有一方始终是不放弃，这个步步紧逼，最后呢都从这个看起来不可能的局面中获得了一些比较明显的这个优势。那新闻官也想了解一下，在这个比较激动人心的这个过程中，给棋迷带来了这么多的这个感兴趣的点。那两位棋手是怎么考虑的？尤其是具文君是怎么样找到这一条出路的？
那个首先就是虽然两个都是残局，但是我感觉可能今天的这盘棋留了更多的子力，所以也许但是是一色格上，所以可能这个黑的有就是更多的机会获得一个和棋吧。就是上次就是那个棋可能我自己没有走得太好，没有及时进入状态吧。然后这盘棋的话，我觉得，就是黑棋可能没有走得很小心嘛，可能让我找到了一些机会。
Although today's game and yesterday's games are just some opportunities from the end games, but today we have more pieces with the rooks and bishops, one rook and one bishop. But this time we had the bishops from opposite color, so black may actually have better chance. Yesterday, Ju admitted that she was not at her best form, so that's why she blundered. But today, maybe black has better chance, although maybe at some point, black was a little bit careless. 那谭忠义来谈一谈，就是大概后边的这个尤其是残局，昨天跟今天也比较像嘛。那中间有没有什么比较相似或者不同的部分？
也许我可能不应该把他的 C4 兵放上来，可能应该要尽量再控制一下。但是确实我可能没有找到一个更坚固的计划。所以说，当他兵压下去之后，我也感到了压力，但是我也没有什么，可能那个时候就已经有些问题
了。谭忠义 thought that maybe during the game she could try to press a little bit more or maintain a solid defense, but this position might the pressure might exceeded her expectations somehow. So she's not sure whether she should repress the C pawn or try something new. She will try to analyze that later.
And my final question for both is regarding time, because we've seen time scrambles, which are very stressful for us at home watching, and of course at the board it must be too. Ju, how do you handle these moments of having to find the best moves under time pressure?
那新闻官还有一个问题就是关于这个时间。那不管是我们棋迷还是在场的观众，我们都感受到说这个用时是很紧张的。那他也想了解一下棋手的这个考量。
我觉得可能，因为是残局嘛，可能因为白棋始终给黑方一些压力，所以对我来说，走棋会更容易一些。我只要想办法去找一些进展的计划。
To Zhu Wenjun, the end game was a little bit easier because white is always a pawn up and white can maintain the pressure. So she tried to push and push. She believes that somehow there will be a chance.
And going forward, do you think you'd be working on managing time better in general in the games?
那他想问具文君，这个如果比赛之后继续进行的话，会不会对这个时间管理有更好的这个一些方法呢？
这个我觉得还是一盘一盘来吧，还是，怎么说呢？还是尽量的去找到自己的一个感觉吧。这个用时，我觉得可能也没有什么特别固定的规则，就跟自己掌握好就行。
She will try her best to finish one game by one game, and try to find the reasonable pace during the game. And she said that it could be flexible about the time. There's not too much to be fixed writing.
Thank you very much. Now I'll open the floor to any of our journalists who have questions for our players.
那感谢两位其后精彩的这个分析和解答。那我们现在就有请在场的记者开始提问，大家可以举手。依林的话，你可以先问英语，然后再问中文。
The question is for Ju. At which point she thought she was winning? 这个问题是想问具文君，她在哪一个地方觉得她可能要赢了或者好了？
我觉得可能是走完那个 F3之后吧，因为我觉得黑的，必须要做一些非常精确的防守，可能，而且我认为，没有找到特别清晰的计划对黑棋。
Ju Wenjun believed that after the move F3, let's scroll down a little bit. Yes, dear. After F3, she believed that this is totally winning because black doesn't carry out a very strong plan.
And does she feel more in the zone right now? 就是您现在感觉更进入状态了吗？
我想是的。
She believes so. Please raise your hand if you want to ask any questions.
我延续一下那个刚才新闻官的问题，想问问谭忠仪，就是说我注意到这几盘你的落子的速度非常的符合你的特点敏捷，这方面团队对时间上面有准备安排，或者把它作为一个很重要的策略。另一个问题，那个问具文君，你说你昨天度过了一个很放松的调整，那周杰伦是这个调整的一部分吗？好，先请谭小姐回答。
The first question is to Tan Zhongyi. You played very quickly during these last 3 games. Is that a plan, or does the suggestion come from your team?
这就是我一贯的速度吧，就是这个也没有说特别，因为相对来说，就是毕竟是大赛，可能还谨慎了一些。
Regarding the speed, she is either as usual, or maybe she just tuned a little bit down already. She is quite cautious this time. Otherwise, she'll be much quicker. The second question is for Ju Wenjun. The journalist asked, because Ju Wenjun mentioned that during the rest day, she had a very pleasant and easy time. Is Jay Chou, the famous singer, her favorite singer, a part of the relaxation?
其实好像昨天并没有特别的听吧，就是正常的。
Not specifically the songs from Jay Chou, but anyway, something. 还有没有提问？ 那如果没有提问的话，那我们今天的记者会就到这里结束了哈。那欢迎各位棋迷朋友、记者朋友继续关注我们的这个后续的棋手交流会。Here we conclude the press interview for all, and make sure you subscribe and follow us.
Thank you very much, everyone. See you tomorrow.
谢谢大家。那明天我们还是准时这个15点下午的比赛。She didn't make some progress today.